Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today. Before we begin, I'll take roll. I, Chairman Hildebrand, am present. Vice Chair Bell, no, it's not. Commissioner Abel?
Present.
Mr. Doggett?
Present.
Mr. Foster?
Present.
Commissioner Galo?
Present.
Commissioner Rowling? Commissioner Scott?
Present.
Thank you. This meeting is called to order August 21st, 2024 at, let's see, 9:07 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Yaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551, Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Yaskowitz. Commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your microphones and announce your name before you speak. First order of business is the approval of the minutes from the previous work session held May 22nd, 2024, which have already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Work session item number 1, update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. Dr. Yaskowitz, please make your presentation.
Right. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Yaskowitz, Executive Director, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I would like to provide you an update germane to the land and water-related plan and functions inside the department. As is customary, I will start off with an internal affairs update. I'm pleased to announce the selection of Captain Cody Hatfield and Captain Joel Parker to the Office of Internal Affairs as the team's newest captain investigators. Captain Hatfield joined the Internal Affairs team starting July 1st of this year. He attended Sul Ross State University in Alpine, Texas, where he obtained a Bachelor's of Science degree in Natural Resource Management in 2002. His career with the department began as a paid intern within the LE division, where he worked while attending college. After graduating from the Game Warden Academy in 2003, Captain Hatfield worked field duty stations in Edwards and Mason counties. In 2014, he promoted to Captain Game Warden for the Law Enforcement Division, Region 7, District 2, which is comprised of Menard, Mason, Llano, Burnett, San Saba, and Lampasas counties. Cody enjoys spending time with his family and watching them participate in many activities. In addition, he holds a great fondness for the land stewardship and actively participates in farming and ranching when time permits. Captain Parker began his career in state parks at the age of 16 in Delaware. Although he was born in South Texas, he grew up in Delaware and attended Lynchburg College in Virginia, where he studied Spanish and environmental science. In 2008, Joel began working at McKinney Falls State Park, just in our backyard, as a seasonal maintenance worker. He has worked at multiple parks and in multiple roles during his career at the department, to include State Park Police Officer and Assistant Superintendent at Guadalupe River State Park, Dinosaur Valley State Park, and Interim Superintendent at Guadalupe River State Park and Colorado Bend State Parks. In 2019, he promoted to Sergeant State Park Police Officer at Headquarters. Since then, he has been promoted to both Lieutenant and Captain over that team. Outside of the office, Joel enjoys spending time with his family and traveling whenever possible. Joel will start his new role in a couple of weeks in Internal Affairs beginning September 1st. And Cody and Joel, are you in the room? Could you all stand up? Thank you for joining that team. Next, I am pleased to announce that the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation has awarded over $33.5 million in conservation grants from the Longleaf Landscape Stewardship Fund to restore, enhance, and protect longleaf pine forests across the country. Of that amount, the Texas Longleaf team was awarded $825,000 for the work in the state. The team is made up of 15 governmental and non-governmental partners, including the Department, Texas Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Forest Service, Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Alabama Cashuta Tribe of Texas, the Nature Conservancy, TLL Temple Foundation, and several private timber investment management organization and real estate investment trusts. The $825,000 allocated to Texas includes restoration work conducted on private property through the agency contracts where we serve as project managers and work with landowners to support their ongoing longleaf research. The Texas Forest Service serves as the fiduciary of those monies received by the team. TPWD has been a part of the Texas longleaf team since its creation back in 2014. Longleaf pine, as you well know, was once the dominant forest type from eastern Texas all the way through Virginia, highly prized for its lumber and its byproducts, but was largely cut out by the turn of the 20th century. Restoration projects include reestablishing of longleaf forests on clear-cut lands, conversion of non-native pastures to longleaf, and maintaining longleaf pine savanna through the use of prescribed fire. In addition, department staff are currently assisting landowners with a recently funded series of projects within the 2023 Sherwood Creek Wildlife Impact Area, which is located in Angelina County. These projects will restore over 1,000 acres of the burned area to resilient longleaf forests and include 7 landowners that were impacted. Next, we get to talk about a celebration that we had just a little less than a month ago. It's an exciting milestone in our marine fisheries operations, and it also directly ties to the Land and Water Plan Action Item 1.7, where our annual goal is to produce 41 million fingerlings combined for both saltwater and freshwater. On July 31st, Chairman, myself, a lot of our partners, staff, were in Christmas Bay, located near Lake Jackson, and the coastal fisheries released the 1 billionth, that's a B, 1 billionth hatchery-produced saltwater fingerling, a red drum named Billy, a name voted on by the public in anticipation of this achievement. This milestone represents production that includes all fingerlings of red drum, spotted sea trout, and southern flounder. Many of our long-term partners were there, present, and I want to thank Phillips 66 for supporting this event. In response to the declining red drum populations in Texas in the early 80s brought on by commercial net fishing, a partnership with then the GCCA, Gulf Coast Conservation Association, now the CCA, and Barney Davis Power Plant Enhancement Program was born with the completion of the John Wilson Fish Hatchery in Corpus Christi, Texas. Governor Bill Clements released the first red drum fry into grow-out ponds that same year, and the first large-scale production of fingerlings were released in Port O'Connor in 1983. Since then, the program has continued to grow with the addition of Sea Center Texas and our partnership with Dow, and the inclusion of the Periyar Bass Marine Fisheries Research Station in Palacios, and the addition of producing spotted sea trout and southern flounder in addition to the red drum. The Fisheries Enhancement Program operates 3 hatcheries on the Texas coast, producing more than 20 million fish that are released into Texas coastal water each year for sport fish restoration. The criticality of this program has been made evident following Winter Storm Uri in 2021. As you all know, the coast-wide freeze caused significant mortality of spotted sea trout. And following that storm, the enhancement program, Marine Fisheries Enhancement Program, was more than doubled the previous year's production of spotted sea trout in order to release fingerlings in the bays most affected by the freeze. This effort is key in helping the fishery recover. The impact has been significant over the last 30 years and has been done with our partners. Next, I'd like to draw attention to a couple more of items in our Land and Water Action Plan, 7.1 and 7.
David, let me just make a real quick comment.
Absolutely, Chair.
What a wonderful event that was, and I will tell you, if you've not gone and seen the 3 hatcheries that we have across the coast, you should do it. They're really quite astounding, and as David said, 1 billion fish. All too often, we only hear the negative elements about regulatory agencies and compliance, but I will tell you, this is one of the positive things that we do as an agency. 1 billion fingerlings over, a 25-year period of time, and they do it in a very efficient and effective way. I mean, these hatcheries don't have a lot of employees, and they're very simple and straightforward, but if you want to feel good about state government, go to one of these hatcheries and see the great things that this department is doing. So I wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. In the top right corner, it's hard to see Billy there, but he's being held up in a tank that you can actually take a picture of him. Down in the right-hand corner, that's the chairman releasing, I think we did an additional, Robin, was that 10,000? 25,000, additional 25,000 fingerlings in addition to Billy. So it was a great event.
And by the way, only 6% of those fingerlings, correct, that we release generally get to full maturity.
Yeah.
So Mother Nature's tough.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you, Chairman, for that. So what I'd like to talk about is action plans 7.1 and 7.2 that relates to our law enforcement division's dedication to educate the public and enforce fisheries, wildlife, and water safety rules and regulations. Through a comprehensive approach that includes direct engagement and educational programs, the department has successfully reached a broad audience, fostering awareness and compliance with state rules and regulations. The department's efforts are reflected in one notable way through the reduction of boating incidents and fatalities, underscoring the effectiveness of our strategies. As of the third quarter of this fiscal year, we have dedicated 400,000 hours of our 500,000-hour annual target to fisheries and wildlife education, and 115 hours of our 165,000-hour annual target for water safety. The department is nearing its annual goals and demonstrating a clear dedication to safety and preservation of Texas natural resources. These educational initiatives are not confined to traditional settings, but are delivered through a variety of platforms and events, ensuring a wide reach. The impact of these programs is measurable. We have seen a decrease of 20% in boating incidents and a 29% decrease in boating-related deaths in the first 3 quarters of this year as compared to the first 3 quarters of last year. As for the fisheries and wildlife education, we have seen a decrease of 11% in the number of citations and warnings issued per hour of patrol during the first 3 quarters of this year compared to the same time last year. This is consistent with our mandate to educate and encourage voluntary compliance, and I appreciate the great work that the law enforcement team and volunteers have done to bring that forward. And the last item I'd like to cover with you today is a topic we discussed during the May meeting. As you are aware, the department is undergoing the process of reviewing all the rules in Texas Administrative Code, Title 31, Part 2. Consistent with Government Code Section 2001.039, the department reviews its rules on a 4-year cycle to determine whether the reason for initially adopting a rule continues to exist, and it has been 4 years since that last review. The purpose of mentioning this rule review in the land and water bullets is to notify the Commission that this is occurring. This notice also serves as a public record of the agency's compliance with this law, and the department will publish notice of its intent to review the rules in the Texas Register. If the review finds the changes to certain rules are needed, or that the need for a rule no longer exists and the rule should be repealed, the department staff will bring the appropriate rulemaking proposals to the Commission through the normal process. In those cases where the department staff determine that the reviewed rule should remain unchanged, staff will not propose changes to the Commission, but will seek readoption of existing rules through the normal process. To spread out the workload, the department reviews its rules in 3 batches as reported during the May meeting. The department began its review of the first batch, and based on that review, a presentation will be provided to you later this morning to request your approval to publish changes. The first batch included Chapter 51, Executive, Chapter 52, Stocking Policy, Chapter 55, Law Enforcement, Chapter 60, Maintenance Reviews, and Chapter 61, Design and Construction. The next group of chapters we are reviewing includes Chapter 53, Finance, Chapter 59, Parks, and Chapter 69, Resource Protection. If the review of these chapters reveal changes are needed, staff will come to you in November to discuss those items. And finally, in November, we'll include the third and final batch of chapters, which include Chapter 56, 57, 58, and Chapter 65. And with that, Chairman, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Yoskowitz. Any questions by the Commission? Okay. If not, work session item number 2, financial overview briefing of our legislative appropriations request fiscal year 2026 through 27, fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget approval, and other items. Mr. Pegues.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Reggie Pegues, Chief Financial Officer, and this morning I'll be presenting the financial overview. I'll be covering the following topics: a briefing on the status of the FY 26-27 legislative appropriation request, and the following items that were presented as action items tomorrow: FY 25 operating and capital budget, and budget and investment policy decisions. First up is the legislative appropriations request. So we are currently in the process of preparing, so many of these items may change prior to final submission. Prior to each legislative session, state agencies are required to submit an LAR, which is our funding request for the 26-27 biennium. The funding request consists of two parts. The first part is the baseline request. The baseline is defined as general revenue and general revenue dedicated amounts expended, budgeted for the 24-25 biennium, less items deemed one-time in nature, which I'll discuss later. The base request cannot exceed 100% of this amount. Any amounts above this base limit are requested as exceptional items in a separate part of the request. TPWD's due date is September 6, 2024. This next slide is a tentative calculation of TPWD's base limits. Since we have not received final approval, these numbers are an unofficial estimate based on prior history. The GR total includes estimated amounts for sporting goods sales tax at $423 million, and the GRD includes amounts to be funded from GRD 9, the Game, Fish, and Water Safety account, and GRD 64, the State Parks account. Any amounts above this $822 million will be submitted as an exceptional item. This next slide is a listing of items funded in the 24-25 biennium that were defined as one-time in nature and the related funding removed from the 26-27 base limits. The items on this list are either capital budget related, such as construction, land acquisition, vehicles, and IT projects, or specifically directed items such as local park directed grants and the oyster license buyback. Starting with the last biennium, non-law enforcement vehicles have been treated as one-time items and removed. But I'd like to note, just because an item has been removed doesn't preclude the agency from requesting as an exceptional item. Next are some highlights of items remaining in the base. Since there were no mandated budget reductions, at least at this stage of the process, divisions are funded at 100% of FY 24-25 ongoing operating. For capital construction and major repairs, a total of $85.9 million will be allocated in the base, including $80 million for state parks related projects and $6 million for Fund 9 related projects. Next is a draft of potential exceptional items that may change as we finalize the process. Capital transportation. As previously mentioned, all non-law enforcement transportation has been removed from the base. The agency will be asking for these amounts as an exceptional item. Next is capital construction and repairs. As also mentioned, there is a limited amount of construction in the base. However, agency needs, specifically on the Fund 9 side, exceed the amount sustainable in the base and necessitates an exceptional item. Next is law enforcement. Additional resources for law enforcement, including fleet maintenance, body cameras, additional game wardens. Next is agency modernization. This includes network improvements, process automation, and digital tools. The next item is employee compensation. The agency benefited greatly from the across-the-board and targeted salary increases, but still lag behind fellow Article 6 agencies. We hope we can address that. Next is Texas Farm and Ranch Lands Conservation Program. Additional funding to increase grant awards for long-term conservation easements. And lastly, fisheries and wildlife, contemplating prioritizing fisheries and wildlife needs that can be funded through dedicated fund balances. Next, we move on to the proposed FY 25 operating and capital budgets, which will be presented as an action item tomorrow. This first slide is a crosswalk from the General Appropriations Act of GAA to the FY 25 operating and capital budgets. The starting point is the General Appropriations Act, which has a base appropriation of $447.5 million. We then add in amounts appropriated for fringe benefits, including retirement, insurance, and Social Security. This gives us a subtotal of $534 million. In addition to these amounts, TPWD has authority to adjust the budget for supplemental appropriations, estimated with federal funds, and unexpended balances. Prior to last year, we brought this amount forward during the fiscal year, which showed huge adjustments to the initial budget. Beginning with fiscal year 24 last year, we worked with funds available balances and provided an estimate up front as a part of the initial budget, which will minimize adjustments to actual amounts during the fiscal year. These items are estimated federal of $163 million, including about $62 million in local park grant funding to be awarded. Senate Bill 30, supplemental park acquisition funding of $125 million, which the plan is to have encumbered by the end of this fiscal year. Other capital construction of $107 million. Next, Rider 23 amount of $52 million. Rider 23 is a unique rider for the agency that allows carry forward of all remaining funding from the first year of the biennium into the second year of the biennium. This funding would otherwise lapse. And next, we have appropriated receipts of $23.8 million, which is primarily donations-related funding. This gives our proposed budget of slightly over $1 billion, $1.007 billion. This next slide is a breakout by method of finance as contained in Exhibit A. General revenue funding, including sporting goods sales tax at $469 million, makes up the largest amount, is 47%. Federal funds are next at 24%, followed by GRD 9 game fish and water safety account, which consists of hunting, fishing, boat revenues at 20%. GRD account 64, the state parks account at 5%, consisting of park revenues and entrance fees, and 4% for other, including appropriated receipts, interagency contracts, and license plate funds. This next slide is the breakout of the budget by object of expense as contained in your Exhibit B. Salaries at $230.9 million represents 43.2% of the cost. This is an increase from last year, incorporates the additional across-the-board 5% increase for FY25. Fringe benefits at $86.6 million also reflects the impact of the across-the-board salary increase. General operating next is $106 million. Grants of $29 million, of which the majority is for local park grants at $23 million, and capital budget of $81.5 million, which I will cover in greater detail in a later slide. Next is a view of our budget by divisions, by FTEs and dollar amounts. You'll see that law enforcement and state parks represent the largest amount in terms of both FTEs and dollar amounts, reaching our total of $534 for operating and our FTE cap of $3160.9. Next, this is a breakout of the department-wide budget. This is a placeholder or clearinghouse division for the following items that are agency-wide in nature or don't lend themselves to a specific division. Estimated federal apportionment for wildlife restoration and sport fish restoration of $18 million. The across-the-board salary increase that I mentioned earlier, we load this in the department-wide budget, and throughout the fiscal year, we allocate it to the spending divisions. Next are our payments to licensed agencies of $7.8 million. Next item is strategic reserve of $1.6 million. These are for special initiatives or emergencies that occur throughout the fiscal year. And lastly, we have pass-through plates. These are revenues for license plates that we pass through to nonprofits. This next slide is a breakout of the capital budget, as I mentioned. We have land acquisition of $5 million for state parks, construction and major repairs of $49.4 million, state parks minor repair of $10.3 million, information technology and data center consolidation, including PC replacement of $4.7 million, transportation items for vessels, boats, UTVs, and capital equipment for mowers, radios, and trailers. Next up is a review of budget and investment policy resolutions, your Exhibit C and D. Neither of these items have changed in several years but require an annual review. First up is a budget policy which we review and revisit every year. There have been no changes in over a decade. Key points are: Commission authorizes Executive Director to execute the budget. Budget changes over $250,000 other than federal and bonds require chairman, vice chair, or designee approval. Donations over $500 must be accepted by chairman, vice chair, or designee and acknowledged at each scheduled commission meeting. And funds are authorized for any use permitted by statute or rule. Next up is the Investment Policy Exhibit D. No substantive changes since 2012, only a slight tweak related to the Centennial Fund. Key points: the Public Funds Investment Act, PFIA, requires an investment policy annual review for state agencies depositing or investing funds outside of the state treasury. These requirements do not apply to funds inside the state treasury, however. And currently, all TPWD funds are currently deposited in the state treasury. In the event TPWD funds are ever deposited outside the treasury, the executive director will appoint an investment officer with the following exception. The Centennial Parks Conservation Fund is required by statute to be invested through the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Trust Company. However, the funds are currently in the state treasury. Interest to date through July is $28 million at a current interest rate of 4.94%, which is historically high. Next are deposit options for 15% of boat-related fees. House Bill 448 modified language making a transfer of up to 15% of boat-related revenues from Fund 9 Game Fish and Water Safety Account in the State Parks Account 64 optional instead of mandatory for cash flow purposes. Presently, Fund 64 projected cash balances through FY25 are sufficient and no transfer is needed. If a transfer were needed, we could transfer up to $2.7 million a year. As of last night, we received 2 comments. 1 agree, 1 disagree. No explanation was given for the disagreement. Staff requests that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. This concludes my presentation, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Pegues. Any questions by the commission? If not, I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you very much. Work session item number 3, fiscal year 2024 internal audit update and proposed fiscal year 2025 internal audit plan. Ms. Brandy Meeks, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Brandy Meeks. I'm the Internal Audit Director. This morning, I'd like to update you on our fiscal year 24 internal audit plan, as well as recent external audits and assessments. I'd also like to explain the risk assessment methodology used to produce our fiscal year 25 proposed internal audit plan. So this slide and the next slide show the status of our current audit plan, and please take note of the statuses in the yellow font to the right. Those are the projects for which we've made progress since our last internal audit update. We are currently in the fieldwork phase for our audit of the co-op recreation grants, as well as the audit of the external public safety programs. We've completed our Q1 through Q3 follow-up, and we are currently following up on all audit items due for remediation in Q4. We also recently filled our 2 internal audit vacancies, so we're now fully staffed. We also completed our annual risk assessment and prepared our fiscal year 25 proposed internal audit plan. As far as fiscal control audits are concerned, we are currently in fieldwork for the Lake Casablanca and Meridian State Parks and in the reporting phase for the Government Canyon State Park. We've completed 11 of our 14 fiscal control audits, so 3 audits we will carry forward to next fiscal year. As far as external audits and assessments are concerned, the comptroller is still finishing up the post-payment audit, and recently the Department of State Health Services commenced an audit on the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding. There have been no external audits or assessments completed since our last update. So to recap fiscal year 24, some highlights and accomplishments of the Internal Audit Office. We've successfully hired and onboarded 4 new internal auditors during this year. We completed through fieldwork 77% of our fiscal year 24 internal audit plan, that's 17 of 22 projects, despite being short-staffed most of the year. We received the highest rating possible on our quality assurance review. We participated in a team-building activity during the first quarter of this year, and we represented the agency by serving as the chairperson on the State Agency Internal Audit Forum, as well as began serving on the Board of Governors for the Austin chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So now I'd like to discuss next year's proposed audit plan. Texas Government Code 2102, also known as the Texas Internal Auditing Act, requires that the audit plan be developed using a risk-based approach by working with management to identify risks to the agency's functions, activities, and processes. After risk identification, we are to evaluate each risk's probability of occurrence and the impact that it would have to the agency's financial, managerial, compliance, and information technology processes and systems should the risk occur. Lastly, we are to rank each risk according to its probability of occurrence and the impact to the agency. So this slide explains how our risk assessment methodology meets the requirements of the Texas Internal Auditing Act. First, we consider division-level risk factors such as recent internal and external audits, time since the last audit, recent turnover within the division, especially with management positions, the division's budget, the division's contract dollars, and these factors given together give us a division-level risk score. Next, we identify agency risks by interviewing all division directors as well as other selected managers, and we brainstorm as a team using our agency knowledge and past audit reports. So during our interviews with division directors and management, we not only discuss the risks within their particular division, but any other threats or concerns they are concerned about outside of their division as well. And we also identified any issues or concerns they're currently experiencing with their IT systems and applications. So for all the risks identified during this process, we discussed and scored the probability of occurrence and the impact that these risks would have to our financial, managerial, compliance, reputation, as well as our IT system should those risks occur. And we input this information into a risk matrix to ensure consistent evaluation among all identified risks. And lastly, using the division-level risk scores and the impact scores of the identified risks, we're able to rank and identify what we believe to be the top risks to the agency. So from the results of the annual risk assessment, we identify possible audit and advisory projects to address those risks. And we also analyze the resources needed to perform those projects and presented the risk assessment and possible audit projects to executive management for discussion. Our proposed fiscal year 25 internal audit plan is the result of those discussions. We presented this plan along with the risk ranking, which also included the high risks not addressed by the proposed audit plan, as well as other internal audit resource limitations, to the audit subcommittee for input, review, and comment. And at this time, I'd like to present our proposed fiscal year 25 internal audit plan to the commission. So as you can see, we budgeted some hours in order to finish this year's current audit plan. We also want to perform 6 assurance engagements, an audit of the State Park Fiscal Control Specialist Program, audit of TPWD Friends Group oversight processes, audit of our local park recreation grants, audit of procurement card processes and controls, audit of key performance measures, and an audit of our fuel charges. We'd also like to perform 2 cybersecurity projects, an audit of our IT help desk, as well as an IT governance audit. We'd also like to perform a law enforcement physical security advisory, continue on in an advisory capacity on the BRITS rewrite, as well as outsource an Active Directory audit. And then, of course, we have our administrative and other duties as well, which include continuing on with the State Park continuous monitoring activities, following up on all internal and external audit recommendations, internal audit peer review participation. We also will be doing, of course, an annual risk assessment next year and a new plan, our Chapter 59 review, which is law enforcement seizures and forfeitures review, also preparing our annual report, and we have some budgeted hours for anything else that may come up, such as special projects, investigations, and liaison activities. We did have 1 public comment in agreement with this plan and no disagreements. So we request that this item be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Meeks. Are there any questions by the commission? If not, I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You bet. Work session, item number 4, rule review, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register, Chapter 51 Executive. Ms. Laura Carr, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Laura Carr. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for the Department. And this morning, my presentation will be on proposed changes arising out of the first round of our rule review process. As Dr. Yaskowitz already discussed this morning, we are undergoing rule review, and we are looking at whether the reason for our rules continues to exist. This rule review process also gives us the opportunity to make minor housekeeping type changes. We've reviewed 5 chapters so far, and out of that, we are proposing 3 changes to Chapter 51. The first change is to our rule regarding enhanced contract monitoring. By statute, TPWD is required to have a rule describing our procedure to identify which contracts require enhanced monitoring as part of a risk assessment process. Our current rule lists 16 factors that we will consider. The Comptroller of Public Accounts, which oversees the state procurement process, has requested that we consider additional factors and will presumably make similar requests in the future. Therefore, we're proposing to add some catch-all language to the rule that would allow the department to consider additional factors that it determines appropriate. This would make the process more efficient and effective by allowing us to consider relevant factors without having to keep coming before the Commission to amend the rule. All of those factors would be clearly documented in our internal processes and documents. The second change is a minor grammatical change to our rule regarding partnerships with nonprofits to promote hunting and fishing by resident veterans. That rule uses the abbreviation NPP for nonprofit partner, whereas the rest of the rules in that subchapter use the abbreviation NP for the same term. Therefore, for consistency purposes, we are proposing to change NPP to NP to keep the abbreviations consistent in that chapter. And then our last proposed change is a repeal of 51.301 subsection A. This rule relates to the disclosure of customer information. In 2021, the department repealed many of its rules related to customer information disclosure due to significant legislative changes on this topic. Subsection A, which is no longer relevant due to those legislative changes, was one of those rules that was voted on for repeal, but due to an administrative oversight in the final adoption process, the rule was left intact. We are proposing to actually repeal it this time. We are requesting permission to publish those proposed changes in the Texas Register for public comment. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Any questions by the Commission? If not, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you very much. Work session item number 5, job order contracting, award of master job order contracts. Ms. Andrea Lofi? Lofi.
Close enough.
Please make your presentation.
Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. My name is Andrea Lofi, Director of the Infrastructure Division, and this item is job order contracting and the award of master job order contracts. Job order contracting, or JOC, is an alternative procurement method used to expedite maintenance, repairs, and minor construction. With JOC, delivery times, types, and quantities are indefinite at the time of procurement. Contractors are pre-selected and pre-procured, pricing is predefined, and it's listed in a unit price book. JOC was first established by the U.S. Army in the 1980s. University of Texas at Austin began a JOC program in 1997, and right now more than 3/4 of their capital construction portfolio is procured with JOC. Texas state agencies using JOC include GLO, the Employees Retirement System, and the Texas Facilities Commission. TFC just started their JOC program a few months ago. TPWD published a request for competitive sealed proposals for JOC contractors in May of this year. The solicitation is for a $50 million program, $20 million plus 3 renewal options. 24 responsive proposals were received. Our evaluations are complete. We're ready to award, and JOC contractors can begin work in fiscal year 2025. We've only received 1 comment. As of last night, it was in complete agreement. Staff requests this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm just curious, and this is more of a joking question than not. Do one of these contractors have anything to do with our elevator?
No, sir, although that probably would have been a good candidate for it because we could have streamlined it much more quickly than it went.
Thank you.
Any other questions? How many, what's the dollar value, do you think, that will be utilized under the JOC program annually?
Annually, probably about 10 million, and it's going to vary. We're going to start slow with minor construction projects, but we do plan, once it starts going well, to expand it to some of our major construction projects.
And you said 3 or 4 different state agencies use it, including UT Austin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
UT Austin uses it, more than 3/4 of their portfolio is with JOC right now. They've expanded it rapidly.
Good. Okay, all right, great. If no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Work session item number 7, chronic wasting disease, CWD.
No, Chairman, I think we have one more.
My apologies.
There's two
Work session
JOC.
item number 6, job order contracting. Delegate authority for approval of contracts over $500,000. Request permission to publish proposed rule in the Texas Register.
Yes,
My
sir.
apologies.
Not at all. I'll go quickly, I promise. Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz, I'm Andrea Lofi with the Infrastructure Division, and this item is also related to job order contracting. This is a delegation of authority for approval of contracts over $500,000, and that's so that you do not have to hear every project that is valued at over $500,000 moving forward. So again, JOC is an alternative procurement method used to expedite maintenance, repairs, and minor construction. Delivery times, types, and quantities are indefinite at the time of procurement. TPWD published a request for competitive sealed proposals for JOC contractors in May of this year. This is a solicitation for a $50 million program. 24 responsive proposals were received. Evaluations are complete and we're ready to award, and our job contractors can begin work as soon as next month. Staff requests permission to publish a proposed amendment to rules governing department contract practices for projects greater than $500,000. This amendment would delegate your authority to the executive director to award those job order contracts that are in excess of $1 million, and it would delegate the authority to myself and our deputy director for those projects that are greater than $500,000, but not more than $1 million. Government code requires the governing body to approve each task over $500,000, but the same government code also provides that the governing body may delegate its authority. And this would be consistent with how we handle all of our other capital construction contracts and change orders. Staff seeks permission to publish a proposed amendment to rules governing department contracting practices to the Texas Register for public comment. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? And that only relates to contracts under the JOC certification?
This amendment would just be for JOC,
Okay.
but it would make it consistent with the way we handle other contracts in capital construction.
Great, thank you. If no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rule in the Texas Register. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Work session item number 7, chronic wasting disease, CWD detection and response rules, recommended adoption of new surveillance zones. Mr. Ben Olson.
Good morning, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners, and Dr. Yaskowitz. For the record, my name is Ben Olson, Wildlife Health Specialist in the Wildlife Division. This morning, I will present proposed amendments pertaining to the establishment of new CWD zones in response to confirmed detections of CWD in deer breeding facilities in Texas for your consideration, and will request permission for placement of this item on tomorrow's agenda for action. On March 11th, 2024, staff received confirmation of CWD in a 10.5-year-old female whitetail deer in a deer breeding facility in Real County. In response, staff proposed establishing a surveillance zone within a 2-mile radius surrounding the positive facility in accordance with department policy. The proposed zone is denoted by the yellow circle on this map. To facilitate testing, hunters may utilize the self-service drop box located in Lakey. They can visit a check station located in Rock Springs or Hondo, or they could make appointments with staff over the phone. Detailed information on testing options will be available on the TPWD website or the newly updated Texas Hunt and Fish app, or the Texas Outdoor Annual Act. Next, staff proposed a new CWD zone in Edwards County denoted in yellow on this map in response to confirmation of CWD in two 2.5-year-old female white-tailed deer in a captive breeding facility in Edwards County. The detection was confirmed on April 22nd, 2024, and the facility has since had an additional positive detection in another white-tailed deer. Hunters will be able to visit the Rock Springs CWD check station for testing, denoted by the blue star on this map. Next, staff proposed a new CWD surveillance zone in Zavala County in yellow here, following confirmation received in April of CWD in a 2.5-year-old male white-tailed deer located in a captive breeding facility in Zavala County. Hunters can utilize a sample drop box located in Uvalde, an in-person check station in Pearsall, or call staff to make appointments for testing. In June, the department received confirmation of CWD in a 3-year-old female white-tailed deer in a captive breeding facility in Trinity County. Therefore, staff proposed a zone denoted in yellow here in response. The nearest drop box and in-person check station would be located in Trinity. Also in June 2024, the department received confirmation of CWD in a 2-year-old female white-tailed deer in another captive breeding facility in Sutton County. This map provides a reference to the location of the proposed zone on the right, denoted by the green arrow, in relation to the current zone in Sutton County that has been in place since last year. Hunters can use the drop box and in-person check station just east of Sonora, denoted by the blue star already present in response to the initial Sutton County zone. As of last Friday, we had received 77 comments on the TPWD webpage. As of this morning, we had received 1,168 total comments. 33 or 3% agree with the proposal, 1,100 or 94% disagree completely, and 35 or roughly 3% disagree with specific parts of the proposal. Reasons for disagreement include zones do not contain the spread of the disease, zones are a burden on hunters and will negatively impact local economies due to decreased hunting, that voluntary testing would be a more positive approach without negatively impacting communities. Others feel that the proposal is government overreach. Other commenters believe that the zones do not go far enough to limit the spread of the disease. And finally, other comments were not germane to this proposal. Additionally, the department received a letter from the Texas Deer Association in opposition of proposed zones. The Texas Deer Association believes as deer breeders continue to test 100% mortalities and 100% of animals prior to movement, coupled with the recently adopted statewide carcass disposal rules, provides an opportunity to move away from the zoning strategy to incentivize landowner cooperation, hunter participation, and hunter recruitment. And additionally, we received a letter from the Texas Wildlife Association this morning in support of the proposal. Staff requests this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. But one final notice is the department received confirmation on July 30th of a new detection of CWD in a captive breeding facility in Medina County. That was after the deadline to submit the proposal in the Texas Register for this commission meeting. That detection was in a deer that was a 2.5-year-old male white-tailed deer following post-mortem testing. The new detection area is denoted on the map by the green arrow. Staff here have looked at how we can continue to advance zones that takes pressure off of our hunters and landowners and still manages this disease. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, great, thanks. I'll open it up to the commissioners on this topic. Any questions for Mr. Olson? Well, I've got a few, and maybe it'll spur your interest, because I'm really interested in what the other commissioners have to think about this ever-increasing number of surveillance zones. I do think that we're penalizing some adjacent properties, landowners, hunters within these 2-mile zones due to the consequences of CWD in these breeding facilities. We can't always determine how it got in the facility. And so couple of questions. One, how many surveillance zones do we actually have in the state of Texas now?
Including these in this proposal, it would be 32.
32. And how much acreage is comprised within those 32? John, you might want to jump up here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, John Slofsky, Wildlife Division Director. So to answer the question about how much geography is covered in these zones around these positive breeding facilities, it's probably most simply put that, as you know, as we continue to reduce the extent of these zones to now this 2-mile loop, those 2-mile loops are essentially a little bit less than 10,000 acres. So if you did the math at that, 32 zones at 10,000 acres, you know, it'd be over 3 million acres.
And John, do we, this notion of 2-mile radius, rivers, roads, as landmarks to determine, I mean, all very arbitrary, obviously, in terms of where the disease may exist. I mean, do you feel as though the breeding facility in itself is potentially an appropriate surveillance zone?
I do feel that the 2-mile loop around a breeding facility is an appropriate surveillance zone. You know, the discussion gets a little bit more complicated, you know, when you look at the impacts on the landowners and really what that does to the amount of sampling that we can achieve from those 2-mile zones. But the presence of the zone allows us to simply be able to have that surveillance that, number one, tells us the presence of CWDs, potentially the prevalence of CWD, as well as the distribution of the disease within that particular geographic area that we've identified.
Okay. All right. And then from a containment zone, any idea how many containment zones do we have and what's the acreage?
Well, I don't know the acreage. You know, the containment zone conversation is a little bit different. When we talk about specifically about positive breeding facilities, the breeding facility in and of itself acts as the de facto containment zone. So the premises of that property becomes a containment zone. And then that 2-mile circle around the breeding facility is the surveillance zone. Now, when we move to the conversation to truly the containment zone aspect as per rule, we're talking about free-range detections, whether that be low-fence detections or detections on, say, a high-fence release site. Once we have a detection in those types of areas, then we do, by following our CWD management plan, implement a containment zone, which is more random. It is a 5-mile area, and we do utilize rivers, major highways, and things like that, so the hunters can, recognize when they're in the zone, as well as the utilization now with the technology we continue to evolve, that they can look on their smartphone, look at the app, and determine I'm in the zone, I'm 2 miles from the zone, etc. So, but I don't have in front of me, how many acres we do have tied up in containment zones, but I can certainly get that information for you.
John, I mean, this is a general question, but hopefully it's leading, I mean, with all of the imperfections of how we're trying to monitor this, because it's not an exacting science, I mean, do you believe that we should do some more work on containment and surveillance zones, and potentially come back in the next meeting with as comprehensive and thoughtful of a program in terms of what are we going to do about this on a long-term basis? I mean, do you think that you can make some definitive progress between now and our next meeting to give us more clarity on this?
We could certainly have a much larger discussion on utilization of containment zones, the evolution of our rulemaking process, the efficacy of the testing we have now, and how that relates to zone management. When we talk specifically about what containment zones do for us, and I recall from the previous commission meeting, there was some consternation or, some aversion to the use of that term containment. So maybe there needs to be another label for what we try to achieve with the containment zone. But currently, the containment zone provides us an opportunity to restrict movement of breeder deer from that containment zone, knowing the prevalence of the disease, and it does exist in the containment zone. So that's the importance of that. But we certainly could propose a different structure that would still accommodate that similar surveillance and, restrict, manage that movement of breeder deer from places where we know CWD exists. Now, when we look at surveillance zone strategies as it relates to positive breeding facilities, that number, as been described, has got quite large, does have impact on landowners, hunters, this whole conversation about how do we best incentivize surveillance, I think can be a part of that conversation. But it certainly needs to be a part of a conversation with our various stakeholder groups, advisory groups as well, to really flesh out, what is our current risk tolerance and how can we best achieve surveillance across the state as it relates to managing CWD.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, no one is recommending that we're moving deer out of CWD-infected facilities, and we have good protocol on that, and that is going to be a steel trap from my perspective in terms of movement of deer out of breeding facilities that have been designated with positives. So that's off the table in my mind, but it's this notion of diminishing the value of acreage across the state of Texas by labeling it with some nomenclature that personifies, a negative element to it. I mean, we've heard some comments from other commissioners that land that have surveillance zone, the moniker, it will diminish the land value by, I forget the number, but a third or some amount of, and so my recommendation is that we pull the item from the agenda on Thursday and ask you to come back, implement, staff to consider alternatives to implementing surveillance zones around positive breeding facilities, alternative nomenclature and structure other than containment zones, and to really try to get to the clearest answer that we can on this. And so that we don't feel good about this, but we're doing everything that we can to mitigate the disease in a rational, common sense oriented fashion. Does that seem to make sense?
Yes, sir. I believe I understand. And I think, what our focus should remain to be is that we need to figure out the best method that we can get adequate sampling so that we have an understanding of where the disease exists or doesn't exist on the landscape, as well as, landowners don't feel like they're being penalized and hunters don't feel like they're being challenged or put in a situation that, makes them think twice about hunting. So,
I mean, maybe we think about something novel like incentives to test deer, like pay people to bring in their deer for testing. Or
we have utilized, incentives up in the Panhandle, to encourage people to bring mule deer specifically, into those check stations, and had people donate lifetime licenses or firearms sometimes. And so anybody that submits a sample get their name in a hat, and so we have used those incentives in localized places.
I'd love for you guys to get creative in that regard. I understand that's sometimes hard, but I'd love for you to get creative.
We have good partners that can help us.
Look, I'm talking a lot. Does anybody else have something here? I wish to not talk.
Jeff, this is Leslie Doggett.
Let the vice chairman go first.
Okay, great.
All right, go ahead.
First, since I am pretty sure I'm the only commissioner that's been here since the first 3 deer crossed over here from New Mexico, I have watched the progression of all of this stuff for 13 years, 14, I don't know, forever. I agree wholeheartedly with what the chairman has asked y'all to do. I think we're at a crossroad right now to where different groups are finally willing to go to the bargaining table and let's sit down and figure out ways to fix this issue that are not adversarial. That can be done, I believe, at this moment in time. So that's what I would charge, and I, once again, agree 100% with what Jeff said.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I'll emphasize too, the implementation last meeting, of our carcass disposal rule now that we'll have in place, for this hunting season enhances our ability to better manage this
Absolutely.
disease on the landscape as well.
And that's common sense.
We made some, rounds at various hunting association meetings and stuff the last month or so, and that topic has been very well received by those groups, those individuals at those meetings, so.
Good. Commissioner Doggett.
Thank you, Jeff. I would say we talked about the semantics of surveillance and containment. I'm really far less concerned about semantics than I am about the landowners. A lot of landowners feel as though they're under siege here. I mean, we're talking millions of acres that are either in containment or surveillance. And I know the intent is great, right? But the net effect of that is pretty demoralizing for a lot of landowners. Not to be, and as Commissioner Hildebrand said, that the property values on millions of acres are significantly impacted. So we need to rethink it, rethink it, and I like what Commissioner Hildebrand said about testing, incentives for testing. But I would think in lieu of containment zones, if we required testing, would be a lot more palatable to the people of Texas than having these millions of acres under containment zones. So there's got to be a better way, and to keep the disease from spreading, but then also protect landowners' values and still get the testing that you want. And I think the state, I feel, is willing to invest in a new approach that would make the landowners of the state feel as though we're watching after them and on their side, which we are. And again, I think the intent is solid. It's good. It's noble, but I think the effect is not what we want. And so I think Commissioner Hillman has said by the next meeting. So we've got a timetable now. On the next meeting, if you could come back to us with some really tangible new approaches or new ideas that could be solutions to all these issues that have arisen out of our current approach.
I appreciate those comments, Commissioner, and I think what's important about that is specifically, and especially for the Wildlife Division, we can't be successful in our work in Texas if we don't have the support of landowners, and we certainly need to maintain that. So,
Right.
Commissioner Rowling. I guess first off, I'm all for getting rid of these zones as soon as practical. To me, it doesn't seem like now is the practical time. We've already reduced the size of them, which I'm all for. I mean, again, I want to get rid of these things, but we're still finding the disease way too often. I'd love to see numbers behind diminishing property values. I don't disagree that it may happen, but I mean, it just kind of is tossed out there. And if this thing gets in the wild like it has in other states and really diminishes our deer population, then land values will plummet, no doubt about that. And there was a lot of thought over years that we've all been here into these zones, which we actually reduced them a little bit arbitrarily from the thought process that went into the size of the zones. And again, I'll go back to my first comment. I want to get rid of these things. But it just doesn't seem like the practical time is now when we're finding this very commonly still. And I don't have an answer or a solution to propose, but just getting rid of these things when there was a lot of thought that went into putting them in place doesn't seem logical to me.
Well, I don't think that we're thinking about abolishing them fully. So some modification thereof. And as I've said, I mean, no one is talking about moving deer out of contaminated facilities where there are positives. I mean, that's a non-starter to me. But it's this notion of the intersection of containment zones, surveillance zones, the millions of acres out there that we have, I think, mandatory testing or voluntary testing. It's so unclear, and I want to try to get this resolved and put a stake in it as best we can by the next commission meeting, so that we are just not in this do loop of regulation. And maybe I'm simplifying it too much, but we're going to try to simplify it.
Well, I think we could take real action items on a methodical way to encourage people to send in tests from all over the state. And we sent in 225 last year. It's not that hard. Once you get the process down, it's pretty dang simple. Most people don't even know how to do it, though. And so we could easily put processes in place of really encouraging the public to send in more tests, and not just in a surveillance zone.
To Commissioner Rowland's comment, and for a point of clarification for the commission as a whole, so the direction that I believe we received here is we wouldn't move forward with these 5 or 6 zones for action item tomorrow. However, that still leaves in place all the other zones we've already implemented by rule, so those aren't going away. Those will be in place for the upcoming season. If when we come forward in November, action and potentially in January, then we'd be essentially setting ourselves up for zone structure change for the following hunting season. So what we have in place right now for this hunting season, upcoming hunting season, would remain in place with the exception of not moving forward with these 6 zones for tomorrow.
Correct. Everybody in agreement with that? Okay. All right.
Commissioner Abel.
Yep.
I would kind of echo Commissioner Rowling's feelings that I don't want to arbitrarily just not do something because we're trying to get to a goal. I agree wholeheartedly. I want to see them go away at some point, but I want to make sure we're not just doing that because we're all tired of hearing about CWD. I would like to take a good hard look at where we are today, knowing what we know today, and pair minimizing CWD also with minimizing landowner impact, minimizing the total acreage impacted. But I'm not sure that we shouldn't move forward with a vote on what we have in front of us and then reconsider everything going forward. Just my thoughts.
Okay, so I want to make it clear, Commissioner Abel, I'm not arbitrarily saying we're going to dissolve all surveillance and containment zones. So let's not have that pushed out there, okay? So I'm saying let's take a good hard look at the science, try to come up with the best solution we can. Maybe it's not the full and final. My biggest emphasis is on not the breeding pens, but on the valuation decrease of low fence acreage, okay? So I just want to make that clear because it makes me sound as though I'm trying to arbitrarily dismiss these things. So I'm not, okay? So what would you like to do? Yes.
Commissioner Galo, I understand exactly where you're coming from, Chairman, but I do see a valid point in what Commissioner Rowling and Commissioner Abel say, because if we don't do something moving forward in these several counties where these new CWD positives have turned up, I mean, how are we going to mitigate that? Well, I mean, maybe that's a question I need to ask you. Like, if we don't move forward with these containment zones that are proposed, I mean, that's a lot of positives in a very short period of time. So how are we going to mitigate that from spreading if we don't do something right now on those new
So
areas?
our primary focus remains, early detection, containment of the disease when we find it. Unfortunately, most of the detections that we have found have been in positive breeding, or have been in breeding facilities that subsequently came positive. And so that's the result of most of our zones that we currently manage. And so as we went through this evolutionary process of minimizing impacts to neighbors to breeding facilities, we've obviously shrunk these zones to now this is 2-mile loop. And so that still gives us some surveillance, but we also were operating, in my opinion, under the philosophy that we wanted to know whether CWD came from outside that facility and got in, or it actually originated in the facility. So if we focused our thought or conversation here on positive breeding facilities and removing zones around positive breeding facilities, then beyond voluntary sampling that can still occur outside of that breeding facility, we focused our efforts on containment and mitigation within that facility. We make assumptions that fence integrity, barring some catastrophic storm knocking the fence down, deer getting out, that we have the tools to mitigate for the disease in a breeding facility. Sometimes that's some aspects that are unpopular, sometimes that's total depopulation, sometimes we're removing deer from select pens as we learn more about it. The technology continues to increase with the utilization of new science, technology, RT Quick, et cetera. So we have a better understanding of what's occurring in a breeding facility now than we did, say, a few years ago. But the risk of removing a zone and not having mandatory sampling around a positive breeding facility is just that. We won't get mandatory sampling. It's been demonstrated across the country that voluntary sampling is not as efficient or effective as voluntary. So we should expect to get fewer numbers. But as the conversation continues, if we develop these incentives for hunters and or landowners to participate in sampling, we may be able to boost those numbers and give us adequate surveillance around a breeding facility or even around a low fence, free range detection as we continue to move forward. So.
John, just a clarifying statement or question to you is, in these facilities, now 6, these will be non-movement qualified facilities, correct? So no deer are going out of the facility. It is essentially the acreage outside of the pen and inside of a 2-mile radius that we're talking about.
I understand that, Chairman.
It's Commissioner Rowling. So 2 things. We've had a zone in the Trans-Pecos for a long time now. To my knowledge, values since that zone's been put in place have gone up significantly in West Texas. But just comment, everybody's talking about land values plummeting. I just don't know that we have any numbers to back that up. Second thing, my thought is we've got a process in place. I'm fine with changing it and figure out a better way to do it. But we've got a process in place, and let's follow the process until we have a better process. That would be my view on it.
I think that Commissioner Doggett, I just want to reiterate, it is full speed ahead on containment is what we're talking about.
Correct.
What we're talking about is we got a lot of really smart people with Texas Parks and Wildlife. Let's use all those smarts to try to come up with alternative approaches, right? That will diminish the size of these millions of acres that we have under containment and surveillance. And there's got to be a better approach. And that's what we're saying. We're not saying, hey, let's do away with zones and containment. We're just saying let's think of alternative approaches. And we ask you guys to really put some time and energy to come up and come back to us with that.
My comment, would assume that the commission directed us, or we remove zones around positive breeding facilities. our responsibility from the Wildlife Division standpoint, we would still have sampling opportunities, check station, drop boxes around those general vicinities where CWD is detected so that the hunter can, and/or the landowner make that decision that I want to get this deer sampled. I want to have an understanding. I want to help TPWD out to know where this disease exists and what that prevalence is, what the distribution is. Those opportunities don't go away, because we don't have a zone, but we're just still uncertain about how much participation we may get, so.
Well, I think that's the point that we've seen in the past, that the participation isn't there without these zones. And, I agree, find a better way. We all want a better way. This is a very concerning situation, and it's difficult for us to make these decisions because we impact people when we make these decisions. But what's going to be the impact if it continues to spread at the rate it's spreading? And so I think we should be consistent until we come up with that new plan, and that's what Commissioner Rawlings is trying to express. We know that the other zones aren't going to go away, but how are we just going to stop today with what we've been doing if we don't even have that new plan in place yet? I think that's my concern for sure.
Yeah, I'll remind the commission too, we did remove 3 zones last meeting, and we also moved several zones to voluntary sampling. So we'll have a much better understanding of participation for voluntary sampling after we work our way through this hunting season as well. So,
John, question. On a percentage basis of the deer breeders around the state, how many are double fenced?
It would just be speculation. Most, I'll just say in general terms, many breeding facilities, locate that breeding portion of the facility inside a larger high fence, so if that in itself could be considered double fence, whether that facility is occurring on, 1,000 acres or 500 acres, but most of them will generally locate a breeding facility in the middle of the property and then have a larger high fence. However, we have had breeding facilities where their pens were fence line adjacent to the neighbors. I think that type of facility was certainly created before the presence of CWD, and so we have an inspection process, et cetera, and so I would assume and hope that people would have an understanding that that would be a bad place to have a breeding facility right next to your neighbor's fence, and that it needs to be located in maybe in the middle of the facility so that it is double fenced to protect from the exposure of those deer in the facility as well as free-ranging deer outside the facility. So there'd be huge advantages to having double fence.
Yep. So, and then last, once again, clarifying element. I mean, if we did not adopt this today, we are talking about a relatively small amount of acreage between the fence, the breeder's fences, and the 2-mile radius, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, 2-mile circle is a 2-mile circle regardless where you have it. It will have different impacts on different numbers of landowners based on whether that breeding facility is in East Texas versus West Texas or something like that, and just more fragmented landscape. But generally speaking, a little bit less than 10,000 acres within that 2-mile loop.
Less than 10,000 acres.
Right.
Okay. Vice Chair Bell, would you like to, do you have any comments? I know you're late, but
as far as roll call here.
all right, you're here. Any?
Just quickly, my greatest concern just in talking with all the stakeholders. Thank you, Chairman. Mike's on. Vice Chairman Bell, my greatest concern with our proposal is just the amount of land potentially that we're impacting. Well, it's the land impact. There's the business aspect of this. We're not trying to interfere with commerce. There's a health and safety aspect. So we're trying to balance the interests of several stakeholders here. And there are some federal guidelines out there as well that are not that we have to line up with the feds per se. There are some federal guidelines out there as well that seem to be, I'll say, less restrictive in some cases than what we're imposing. And I'd like to just get a clarification on, as far as our testing has gone, my understanding, the last set of statistics I reviewed, was that between the free-range deer that we have tested and the pen deer or the breeder deer that we have tested, we've got about a 1% positive rate. And so it's kind of like when I was chairman of the board of the prison system. People used to, there were about 3% of the people of the state was involved in either being incarcerated, parole, probation, or whatnot. And people would ask, well, you're spending all that money on 3% of the people. No, we're spending all that money so 97% of the people feel safe. But here I don't know that that analogy applies, especially if we do something that adversely impacts land values, land use, and business. So I would just like to make sure whatever we do with that zone, we are taking a fair measure and balance of that so people don't consider us as an unruly group of bureaucrats who don't understand. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
a couple comments on that. You know, our prevalence does remain very low in captivity and in free-ranging deer, and I think that's a testament to the work that all of us are doing to manage the disease on the landscape. And also a point of clarification as it relates to rulemaking opportunities that are available if the commission chose not to implement zones around positive breeding facilities. As the chairman mentioned earlier, that doesn't change anything about the management of that breeding facility. All we're talking about is the management and the responsibilities that adjacent landowners to the positive breeding facility have, not to the breeding facility itself.
And so I can appreciate that, but if I thought I understood that for the and why do I want to get my federal alphabet soup mixed up? The USDA, there we go. When they're looking at pens, if pens are more than 10 feet apart, they don't, if you find a positive in this pen, but the other pen is more than 10 feet away, they won't say that the person has to restrict the pen over 10 feet away.
There's some discussion, I think, in their rules. I'm not intimately familiar about what considered commingling of deer and that separation of deer.
Right, but if my understanding was if they're separately fenced, and there's a 10-foot barrier between them, then USDA was saying this pen has an issue, but the pen next to it doesn't. And so I'm just striving for overall consistency. I'm not saying who's right or who's wrong, just so that everyone could be on the same page.
Yes, sir. I hear you, but no disrespect, but we're not talking about what's occurring in the breeding facility here. We're talking about what's occurring outside the breeding facility.
John, hypothetically, if all breeding facilities were double fenced, what would be the reason for having a surveillance zone outside the fence, outside that second fence?
Well, I think that gets into the conversation about environmental contamination and mechanisms that move that environmental contamination, whether that be a crow, whether that be water, insects, you pick, you know.
Well,
so the fence barrier isn't going to stop that.
The entire state.
But the primary transmission method is deer-to-deer contact, you know. That's how we believe that
we think that's the vast majority of CWD transmission is not by crows and not by armadillos, but we don't fully know, understand. Right. Look, we're not going to resolve this today, and people have some strong feelings. I'm going to say we just place the item on the Thursday commission meeting and move forward with their surveillance zones, but do the work and come back with a science-based comprehensive solution to where we're at. I think that's where we're at. So anyway, thank you very much. All right, work session item number 8, cultivated oyster mariculture program rule revisions. Request permission to publish proposed changes to Texas Register. Dr. Campbell, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Dr. Lindsay Glass Campbell. I'm the program coordinator for the Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program within the Coastal Fisheries Division. Today I'm going to present proposed revisions to the Oyster Mariculture subchapter with a recommendation to publish. For those of you who may not be as familiar with Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program, or COM as we commonly abbreviate it, and I'll be using that acronym throughout this presentation. In May of 2019, the 86th legislature enacted House Bill 1300, which created Parks and Wildlife Code Chapter 75 and delegated to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission the regulation of oyster mariculture. In turn, the department in August of 2020 enacted the first and current rules over oyster mariculture. We issued our first COM permit in July of 2021. Since then, our current status is we have 11 grow-out sites, also called farms, and these are the locations where oysters are grown to market size and harvested for consumption. In addition to those 11, we have 9 of the sites, grow-out sites, in conditional status. This is where TPWD has approved the sites. They're gaining their other agency authorizations before they can begin the activities. We have 2 nurseries and 2 hatcheries. These are where oysters are spawned and grown in early life. Since harvest began in 2022, over 1.3 million cultivated oysters have been harvested from our grow-out sites. And these oysters are sold individually as opposed in sacks, and currently our farmers are getting an average price of 67 cents per oyster. So when this brand new program was enacted, the department recognized as the program grew and the industry grew and developed that likely there would be the need to come back, reevaluate, and reconsider these regulations. So the proposed provisions today are based on streamlining and creating efficiencies and feedback that we've had from Texas Parks and Wildlife biologists, our game wardens, the COM industry members, and with guidance from our state health services and the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, abbreviated as NSSP. And these are the FDA-approved guidelines that govern sanitation and oyster health and safety. To give you kind of a roadmap of where we're going on these, the main topics of revisions and main topics I'm going to cover today are the ability of where farmers can tumble and sort oysters, allowance for permit transfers, the sunset provision governing oyster genetic integrity, a proposed size limit change, and then a group of clarifications. So these are regulations already in place, just need to tweak the words a little bit. And finally, repeals. Now, these repeals are mainly based on our proposed changes. So tumbling and sorting is a common mariculture practice that uses a mechanical means to sort oysters by size. In addition, this sorting helps clean the oysters and encourages a uniform shell shape and size. So what you see on the screen is one of these machines that they conduct tumbling and sorting with. So it's a long tube, and those are various size holes in the tube. That tube rotates, and as the oysters go tumbling down the tube, they'll fall through the holes based on their size and are collected in bins underneath the machine. While many of our farmers perform this activity on their boats at their site on the water, with our Texas environment, winds, waves, sometimes it isn't feasible and dangerous to conduct these on the boat, on the water. So our farmers approached us to ask for a mechanism and allowance to temporarily take these oysters to shore to conduct this husbandry practice. The department considered this and thought that it was prudent to allow this, provided that the oysters be returned to their site prior to harvest. Our current regulations are silent on tumbling and sorting where they should go. So our proposed amendment would codify a mechanism to allow the farmers to temporarily relocate the oysters to tumble and sort and then bring back to their site. We propose to allow for permit transfers. Current regulations do not allow for permit transfers. However, with feedback from our community, and considering that this permit is a 10-year-long permit, and the activities from the permit result in commercial business transactions, it is valid to consider that over this time and with these business dealings, that ownership may change for the business itself. And we believe that it's prudent and also less disruptive to these sites and locations to allow that transfer to occur. Applicants would apply to transfer, submit an application fee of $200, which is, again, same as a normal application fee, but all permit regulations, provisions, and conditions and terms would stay the same. So our regulations specify that oyster seed, baby oysters that are used for mariculture be from Texas broodstock produced in Texas hatcheries. However, there's a so-called sunset provision that was put in place that allows the use of a non-Texas tetraploid parent and out-of-state hatcheries until 2027. This was allowed for the intention of letting the business to expand and establish and then revert back to the Texas-only rule. However, the development of this Texas tetraploid line, which is being conducted by researchers outside of the agency and researchers in the industry, speaking with them, they are uncertain if that line will be completely developed, stabilized, and distributed by that 2027 date. Also, while we have 2 hatchery groups in the state of Texas, only one of those is at a commercial scale production. So we propose to extend the sunset date till 2033 to allow more time for this infrastructure establishment within Texas. Proposed to change the harvest size limit from 2.5 inches to 2 inches. When the original 2.5 inches was put in place, it was took into consideration the predominant market size request for oysters, and also making sure that we would have an ability to differentiate these calm oysters from our wild oysters with this different sizing. Now that the program has been implemented, our staff have seen the oysters, and really in consultation with our staff and especially our game wardens becoming more familiar, we realized that we can distinguish these even at a smaller size, so we propose to reduce that size limit to 2 inches. This would give farmers more flexibility and open up a market to them for a variety of sizes. In addition, we propose to add a 5% cargo allowance for undersized oysters, and this is similar to what the wild harvest has. Now we're on to our clarification section. First, we propose to change the name of the COM nursery only permit to a COM nursery hatchery permit and expand the text around this to include hatchery activities such as spawning broodstock. As many hatcheries also function as nurseries, streamlining these into one permit just kind of creates more efficiencies and not having to worry about double permitting. Next, we propose to refine our text on the rules of around oyster seed that are grown in prohibited and restricted waters to mirror the language of the NSSP. And again, that NSSP is the federally approved guidelines governing oyster health and safety. So just mirroring that language more closely reduces confusion when people are looking between the 2 documents and our regulations. We also want to specify within our code the need for resubmergence for oysters that are out of water for any reason, be that tumbling and sorting, desiccating, transferring between bags. So if oysters are out of the water for any reason beyond the time to temperature controls established by the State Department of Health Services, that those oysters must be resubmerged for 14 days prior to harvest. So this would allow, if they were out and they could have built up any sort of toxins, that 14 days allows them to purge. This just reiterates an important safety mechanism and safety guidelines that are within the NSSP and our State Department of Health and Services. On the topic of clarification, I just want to make sure you know that our current farmers know these NSSP rules and do comply, so it's not like they aren't complying with this. This is just kind of getting things in one place, helping reduce sort of moving around between the different documents. We want to allow for a phone number to be used or an address on these gear ID tags. Next, we propose to revise text on regulations that are already in place, but just add clarity. And those processes are how one goes about getting a sub-permittee added to your permit and obtaining an oyster transport authorization. So this authorization is documentation needed when oysters that aren't tagged for harvest are being moved around within the state, creating that paper trail. We'd also propose to make our public meetings more efficient, our COM public meetings more efficient, to affect the notification via our TPWD website and add the option for a virtual meeting. We're in the home stretch. Our final clarification is to formalize and create a COM harvest authorization. So this annual authorization more clearly meets the NSSP guidelines that harvest authorizations shall not be valid for more than a year period in time. And this authorization has a yearly date range on that. Now, we already have internal processes that are compliant with the NSSP. We want to do this to ensure that there are no misunderstandings. You know, if somebody came across and their permit has this 10-year date and they get confused because the permit is harvest, so just make sure, double make sure there aren't any misunderstanding about this. This authorization will be issued annually to our COM grow-out holders. It won't require any more requirements for them or any more fees, something I would issue every year, so they would just have that for that year period of time and get the new one the next year. Finally, cover the repeals. There are 3 sections that we propose for repeal. First, oyster seed hatchery. With changes in creating the nursery hatchery permit, this section is no longer needed. The rule within this subchapter on agency decision to refuse or renew a permit, this isn't going away. We're just going to propose to add COM to Chapter 56, which is the agency's universal guidelines for these activities. So COM would be added to that so we all be uniform. Finally, we propose the repeal of prohibited acts, not to get rid of any of those prohibited acts, but in reevaluating the text. The wording is redundant to items within the general provisions. There are 2 non-redundant items within this section that would be moved up to our general provisions. So rest assured, everything that was prohibited would still be prohibited. So with that summary of our proposed revisions, the staff seeks permission to publish the proposed amendments to the Texas Register for public comment. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Any questions for?
Yeah, this is Commissioner
Abel, I just have one. If it's fairly easy for law enforcement to differentiate between farm-raised oysters and natural oysters, what's what's the rationale for having a size restriction at all? Why not just let the market dictate what size oysters are desirable?
So while we will have within our regulations that oyster seed that comes from restricted or prohibited waters, now some nurseries and hatcheries may not be in those. Within the regulations, if they come from there, they must be in these grow-out locations that are approved waters for a minimum of 120 days if it's prohibited waters, or 60 days if it's restricted waters. And our farmers do have to keep records for that. It's something I check during an annual inspection. The 2-inch, many felt more comfortable at least leaving that in, because that really, from that 1-inch to the 2-inch, would kind of cover that growth in that time period. Do say our farmers, they have records. You go out, they'll tell you that cage, it's this lot, but they have to also keep records of the last time they were desiccated or tumbled or any time out of the water. But some feel that this is just double insurance for that.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not having a rule just for the sake of having a rule.
Mr. Rowling?
Yeah, I think you may have said this, but how many permits are outstanding?
And in the conditional phase,
How many, just how many outstanding permits are there for cultivated oyster?
I don't.
How many people are participating in the program?
Oh, participating, there are 11 grow-out sites, and then 2 nurseries, 2 hatcheries, and then the 9 that are in the conditional phase.
Okay, and what, do we have like a vetting process for how those permits are issued?
Yes, there is an application process. Also, usually, while they're not required, we highly encourage them to have consults with me and the local ecosystem, where we go through a map. Sites are self-nominated, but they have to fit certain parameters away from oyster reefs, seagrass, rookeries, and then there's some regulations regarding with GLO away from oil and gas structures. So we look at that. They have to do a natural resource survey of the location to ensure that none of those things are there. Then they go through and they get their GLO surface lease, TCEQ, and they go through the Army Corps of Engineers review.
Okay, and just, I'm asking this for the transfer. I assume we would run any bid they're transferring a permit to through this, all the same vetting process?
Yes, so with the transfer, that it's not quite as simple. I would need to check, the person that's being transferred, are they eligible to get a transfer? All their other agency authorizations, have those all been transferred? And just verifying that operation plans and everything would be the same.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? I've got one. So it looks on your slide 3, 1.3 million oysters have been harvested since 2022, 67 cents, about $1 million worth of oysters. Any idea the amount of oysters harvested naturally over the same period of time?
Oh, from the wild oyster harvest?
Yes.
I do not have those numbers. These farms cover a lot less area. And really that first 2022, there were only 2 farms harvesting. 2023, there were mainly 3 farms harvesting until the very end of the year. This year, numbers are coming up, but I don't have those wild harvest numbers.
It'd be interesting to get those numbers, harvested versus produced naturally on a percentage basis. And what do you think the likelihood is that ultimately someday, through this mariculture program, that you could actually produce all the oysters needed for the industry?
Some states, especially in the Northeast, where they've had population crashes or lower natural populations, only have cultivated oysters. I think in Texas, I see our mariculture as a sister product. So these are that niche market, that half-shell market. So they wouldn't necessarily completely get away from our wild. It just supplements that, takes a little pressure off the wild harvest. We have permits coming up where a group of former wild harvest fishermen are getting in, and they're going to get into this so they can have a, what some can seem as a more stable, consistent, not based on weather and things like that. So I think they really go hand in hand. Hopefully we will continue to be able to have our wild harvest, but this can just alter those pressures and dynamics to help out our natural reefs.
And are we doing anything to try to incent the mariculture industry in this, or is it just are we reactive to it?
So we don't currently have any funding to incentivize them, but there are other agencies that have applied, such as Texas Sea Grant. They're helping out with that group of wild oyster harvesters to convert over, but we don't currently have in place programs within our department for that. I try to help out as much as I can. I send them guides, I send them recommendations. I can't advise on business practices, but let them know about the industry, go out and talk. Our farmers themselves are really great about getting out there, getting the information known. And then our partners, Sea Grant, and down at the Heart Research Institute, they have the new Oyster Research and Recovery Center. They're doing trainings. They have now a free online training module they can do. So many of the grants to help supplement the startup costs, those are things that are not something like a state agency necessarily can apply for. It comes from outside agencies, yeah.
Yep, seems like something we should do more of. And you think these, out of the 11 sites, you think they are actually profitable? Do they make money? I assume they do, but.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't gotten into their financials, but I mean, they're getting their oysters out there. On average, our monthly average harvest for 2024 per farm was 72,000 oysters. So, they're getting out there. One, there is some paying back of your startup costs, buying your gear and things like that. But it's not like people are getting out really, getting out fast. So I think definitely this is profitable. It may be like any business, take a few years to kind of pay your margins back, but it's well on the way to do that.
Great. Okay, thanks. Yes, sir, Mr.
Just a quick internet search. I'm not sure it's accurate. It says there's 9 million pounds of oysters harvested in 2020 on the Gulf Coast. And I think that's the Texas Gulf Coast. Did you say 1 million pounds or 1 million oysters?
1 million oysters. So with our wild harvest, how those are recorded are by sacks, and then it uses the value of a 100-pound sack to get that like pounds. Our mariculture oysters, since these are sold individually, I have the numbers of like how many they report harvest and how many individuals are harvested. So I don't have that conversion to how many pounds that is. We are working with a grant to do that meat weight conversion to weight of the oyster, weight of the meat, kind of get those percentages. So.
Yeah, well, they got to be many oysters for a pound, I would think. So we got a long way to go before we're harvesting or growing our oyster needs, right? But you said there's some states that do.
Yeah, I mean, there are some states that really we've been lucky. We've had a very thriving wild oyster population for many years, but there were some states, especially on the East Coast, and you've probably heard about some areas of Florida that just had population crashes, and they were forced to go to just mariculture oysters while those reefs recovered. So.
Just because I don't know, is the taste and texture any different than a wild oyster from a harvested?
I believe so. I've tasted ours. If you're in Austin, there's a couple places around here in Austin where you can get them. The ORCC on their website, they actually have a map of restaurants. Because with these, they're grown in the upper portion of the water column, and the phytoplankton are different there. So many people say they're sweeter. The way they're grown creates a deeper cup shape. They can be plumper, and just they take on just a different taste based on what they're filtering. So there's even a whole tasting wheel that people have designed out there. If you're tasting to kind of look at, and they'll say, oh, it's very green, it's very salty, it's they all kinds of different ways, almost like a wine that they have for tasting.
So you don't hear any negative connotations for farm raised at all?
I don't regarding taste, no.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the questions. If there's no further, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules of the Texas Register. Thank you, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you.
Work session item number 9, statewide oyster fishery proclamation, temporary closure of oyster restoration areas in Galveston Bay, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register. Ms. Lindsay Savage.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Lindsay Savage. I am the Restoration Artificial Reef Team Lead in the Coastal Fisheries Division. Today, I will be presenting a recommendation to publish an amendment in the Texas Register to temporarily close 2 oyster restoration sites until November 2026. Parks and Wildlife Code, Section 76, grants the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission the authority to close an area that is being reseeded or restocked for oysters. Multiple reefs across the coast are being planted with mulch material to restore degraded and lost substrates. A 2-year closure gives oyster larvae that recruit to the fresh mulch the opportunity to grow to harvestable size and repopulate the reef. Successful oyster restoration projects are dependent on larval recruitment and growth within the first 2 years. Our post-restoration monitoring data shows that reefs that were closed to 2 years are still healthier than natural reference sites up to 9 years later. Here's a picture of oyster growth on our recently restored and recently reopened site on Grass Island in Aransas Bay. As you can see, the oyster growth creates the habitat itself. The 2-year closure allows this structure to develop uninterrupted by dredging activity and allows 2 cohorts of oysters to recruit to the site and grow to maturity. In July 2024, 6 acres of oyster reef were restored on Desperation Reef in partnership with oyster dealers as required by HB 51, passed in the 8th legislature in 2017. We plan on using the remaining 8 acres on the Desperation Reef area for additional restoration activities associated with these HB 51 placements in the coming months. This closure would encompass the full 14 acres. In 2022 and 2023, mitigation efforts consisting of oyster restoration on 7 oyster mitigation pads was conducted by the Port of Houston and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on Dollar Reef as a result of adverse impacts to oyster reefs resulting from the Houston Ship Channel Expansion Improvement Civil Works Project. This closure would encompass 529 acres in total. This map shows the location and acreage of the proposed temporary closures outlined in red. It is in the Galveston Bay system. The northern site is Desperation Reef with 14 acres, and the southern site shown here is Dollar Reef with 529 acres. This is a close-up view of the proposed U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Dollar Reef mitigation closure area. It's shown outlined in white. Note the 7 oyster mitigation pads shown here range in size from 13 to 20 acres each. The hashed area on the left represents the Texas Department of State Health Services restricted waters, and the 1.5 pads shown in red within these waters are not included in the proposed closure as they're already closed to oyster harvest. The full restoration area is being recommended for closure as opposed to individual pads to avoid potential confusion that could result from multiple closings in close proximity. The area encompassing the 3 oyster pads to the west was previously closed to harvest in November of 2022. And the proposed closure would expand this closure area to include the 4 pads to the east and extend the closure period until November 2026. This would allow all restored areas to open to harvest simultaneously. The amendment we propose is to temporarily close 2 restoration areas in Galveston Bay, which will then be reopened for harvest in November of 2026. We request to publish this amendment in the Texas Register for public comment. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Any questions by the commission? If not, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Work session item numbers 10 through 16 will be heard in executive session. At this time, I'd like to announce that pursuant to the requirements, Chapter 551, Government Code referred to as the Open Meetings Act, an executive session will be held at this time for the purpose of deliberation of real estate matters under Section 551.072 of the Open Meetings Act and seeking legal advice under Section 551.071 of the Open Meetings Act, including advice regarding pending or contemplated litigation. We'll now recess for the executive session at 11:02 a.m. Thank you. C'est bon? C'est bon? C'est bon?
There's no sane person.
Okay, welcome back. We will now reconvene the work session on August 21st, 2024 at 2:05 p.m. Before we begin, I'll take roll. Chairman Hildebrand am present. Vice Chair Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Abel.
Present.
Mr. Doggett.
Present.
Mr. Foster.
Present.
Commissioner Galo. Mr. Patton.
Present.
Mr. Rowling. Mr. Scott.
Present.
Great, thank you. We are now returning from the executive session where we discussed the work session real estate item numbers 10 through 14, Centennial Parks Conservation Fund projects item number 15, and litigation item number 16. If there are no further questions, I will place item numbers 10, 11, and 13 on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Regarding item numbers 12 and 15, I will authorize staff to begin the public notice and input process. Regarding item numbers 14 and 16, no further action is needed at this time. All right, and with that, we are going to go into, hold on a moment. You know what? We did not, Dr. Yaskowicz, you needed to read into the record that we were back in session, I believe. Isn't that correct?
Well, as we open up the annual public hearing, I'll read the public notice. So,
okay. All right. Well, this is our annual public hearing, and before proceeding with any further business, I believe Dr. Yaskowicz has a statement for you.
a public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agenda has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Yaskowicz. All right. And now we get to hear from those who are signed up. We're excited to hear from you. You will each have 2 minutes to speak. Try to adhere to that. And I'll be as gracious as I can on that, but 2 minutes would be very good. We've got 37 people signed up, so you can do the quick math. That's hour and a half, plus or minus. So anyway, so if you guys can push the process along. All right, so we are going to start out with, do we have a list, Dee? Well, there we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. And I would ask as well, we'll line you guys up 5 at a time. How's that? That'll be quick. So if Senator Hall, Francie Lockwood, Justin Drabele, Louis Sanchez, and Cannon Jameson would kind of be ready to rock and roll. So if you guys would kind of stand behind Senator Hall and just be ready to go. All right. Thank you, Senator.
You said 2 minutes? I'm already in trouble. So
it's all right. Go ahead.
Minutes.
All right, Senator. We will give you a bit of extra time. How's that? Okay?
I'll be as fast as I can.
All right, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I am very encouraged by some of the commissioners' statements earlier today. They are the first intelligent comments related to CWD that I have heard in any one of these hearings on CWD. You know, fire and government have identical characteristics. In the hands of the right personnel, both fire and government can warm, comfort, and protect you. However, in the hands of the wrong personnel, fire and government can also destroy life, liberty, and property without the fear of recourse. And I'm glad to hear some questioning on item 7, because the economic analysis in that is false and misleading. It says there is no economic impact. When that property value drops, the taxes drop on it, and that affects the county. It's a very misleading statement in there, and also the businesses around when other things go down with it. The zones are really bad for the economics of it. So how did it get spread so quickly? Where knowledgeable animal health experts believe that the Texas Parks and Wildlife extensive live deer herd testing a few years ago accelerated the spread of CWD. In a short period of time, veterinarians rapidly live tested deer across the state without properly sterilizing their tools. This deliberate act by the government is most likely what caused CWD infections to spread, but nobody wants to admit to that. Well, what if we were to have another pandemic of humans? Let's call it CWX. And it's thought to make humans sick, but it didn't kill them. And we don't really know much about who gets it and how it's spread. But when it hits, the personnel at Texas Parks had been moved to Health and Human Services, and they were put in charge of doing something about CWX. Well, the first thing as a management act would be to select top management personnel with no meaningful experience or qualifications to lead the eradication effort, and it would make sure that no real experts in CWX were even consulted. And if a child were to be diagnosed with a possible positive CWX, that child would be immediately quarantined and executed. And then the teams would go to the school and execute all of the children in the school as well as the personnel. And then when they left there, they'd go to their homes and execute the parents. The real threat to deer, Texas Parks and Wildlife has killed many more deer than CWD is known to have killed. If anybody's worrying about deer being killed, they need to do something about the government killing the deer. This is the only Texas state agency that refuses to actually seek input from knowledgeable experts and purposely rejects suggestions from field experts who know what they're doing. Texas has one of the world's most respected veterinarian schools in the world, Texas A&M. And why has Texas Parks and Wildlife refused to seek meaningful assistance from A&M? Why has Parks and Wildlife refused to listen when their experts suggest policies and procedures that could possibly put Texas Parks CWD program on a sane path? I urge you to take the chairman's suggestions and seriously consider restructuring the program and getting people involved in it. And I believe you need to have a totally separate agency overseeing the testing so people can have confidence that the results are actually honest.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Appreciate your comments.
My last point is you've managed to run half of the breeders out of business. And if you haven't seen this chart, I'd be glad to show it to you. Since you started the program of killing the deer as the only solution, only tool in your toolbox, this is what you've done to the economy of Texas. A multi-billion-dollar business run out because of mismanagement.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Senator Hall. Appreciate it. Ms. Lockwood.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Francie Lockwood from Kerrville, and I spoke here last year about my experiences as a South Texas Buckskin Brigades cadet, and I wanted to come back and tell you about my progress in the Texas Brigades organization and how it's affected my life in many positive ways. From the time I graduated from the 23rd Battalion of the Texas Buckskin Brigades over a year ago, I started on my goal to return as an assistant herd leader in the 24th Battalion. I wanted to do this because as a cadet, I was inspired by the leadership and dedication of the assistant herd leaders, and staff. Texas Brigades has a very rigorous process to become an assistant herd leader. I completed a book of accomplishments over the span of 7 months that not only helped me learn more about white-tailed deer and their management, but also promote South Texas buckskin brigades. I was very happy to be accepted as an assistant herd leader for the 24th Battalion, and when June 9th arrived, that's when the fun really began. South Texas Buckskin Brigade usually has one herd of all girls, and I was thrilled to be chosen to lead that group along with our adult leader, Lori. We named ourselves the Dayflower Does, and we enthusiastically set off to try and win top herd. We gave it our all in everything from shooting sports to deer trivia to the amazing buckskin race, and it paid off when the Dayflower Does did indeed come out on top. We are all looking forward to our hunt together this winter. I was so grateful when Brigades offered me a scholarship for my work, the first step on the road to attending Texas A&M and possibly studying wildlife and fishery sciences just like my dad. My new goal now is to be chosen as a special agent for the 25th Battalion next year, which means another long application process and added challenges. But I know it'll be worth it to participate in the best 5 days of my summer and continue to help South Texas Buckskin Brigades in its mission to develop future wildlife conservationists. I would like to thank Texas Parks and Wildlife for their continued support of Texas Brigades, and I want you to know that it is an organization that inspires leadership, excellence, teamwork, and confidence in the youth of Texas, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Justin, is yours as uplifting?
Hard to follow Ms. Lockwood there, but I'll do my best. I'm going to keep it positive here, too. I know you've got some sticky subjects to talk about this afternoon, but I want to thank this commission very much for your continued support of our hunting heritage programs that TWA and Parks and Wildlife have been partnering on since 1991 when we started Texas Big Game Awards, 96 when we started Texas Youth Hunting Program, and then just here in 2021 when we created the Adult Learn to Hunt program. This last season, TBGA recognized over 1,000 hunters and landowners for their contribution to our hunting heritage, wildlife habitat, and our state economy. Our Adult Learn to Hunt program, which is our newest program, took 125 adults on their first hunts on private lands, and that program is rapidly expanding. And then the Texas Youth Hunting Program took over 1,200 kids on safe educational hunts on private land this year, and we also hit our 30,000 mark for kids that have gone through a TYHP hunt. So couldn't have happened without your strong support through the years, and we just thank you very much for it. With that, I'm going to hand it over to a couple of our hunters and volunteers. We have Luis Sanchez from Austin, who is a hunter turned volunteer for our Adult Learn to Hunt program. And we have Cannon Jameson from Kyle, who's one of our TYHP hunters. So hope you enjoy what they have to say.
Great.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, how are you? My name is Luis Sanchez. I'm here to thank you so much for your support of hunting heritage and the Adult Learn to Hunt program. I want to share with you my story in this program. It started in 2019 in the earliest iterations of Adult Learn to Hunt with Stewards of the Wild, which is a program under the auspice of Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation. And I was fortunate enough to be selected and harvested my first deer at the King Ranch, which is a pretty great place to do it. Not only was I fortunate enough to harvest one, I harvested two. And as part of the program, I learned firearm safety. I learned the fundamentals of hunting, dressing in the field, and of course, at the end of the experience, we were able to enjoy wild game dinner. And just like any hunter, I took my deer for processing and got a call several months later. It was March of 2020 when the processor called me to come collect my venison. I filled up multiple ice chests and was pretty happy going home. And then something unprecedented happened the following week. The country shut down because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And if y'all remember, businesses were shut down, grocery stores were rationing, and the everyday Texan was wondering, are we going to have enough to feed our family? And for me and my family, we had enough. We were never uncertain because we had venison in the freezer. In fact, we had enough to share with family and with friends and with neighbors. And that's when it became salient for me that this wasn't just a fun experience, it's a life experience. And so that's when I became a volunteer. I got Hunt Master certified. And now I've taught this skill to others that has been taught to me. And it's been a blessing to do that. And I've made some great friends along the way. But as part of this, and why I share this story is that, when you look at where I was at 2019, I couldn't tell you the first thing about hunting to today. I'm a director of the Texas Wildlife Association, advocating for conservation rights and for landowner rights. And so when you see that journey, it talks about the power of the program and what it can do for individuals. And so I want to thank you so much for your support of Hunting Heritage.
Great. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cannon Jameson. And after Cannon, real quick, we've got Jonathan Letts, Matt Wagner, Mary Mouth, I believe, Mary Pearlmouth, Shane Bonnet, and David Aparicio. Okay, I think that's it. All right, Cannon.
Good afternoon. I'm Cannon Jameson. I'm a 16-year-old junior in high school, and I'm going to talk to you about the amazing experiences I've had with Texas Youth Hunting Program. Through this program, I've learned many things, such as the amazing leaders in the Texas Youth Hunting Program. They taught me many things, such as skinning deer. Let me start this over, sorry. So without this, I would have never been able to hunt. I usually don't hunt. I'm outdoors, I golf, I do all these other things, but I've never been into hunting. And then I got introduced to it, and they taught me, like the amazing leaders in there, they taught me many things such as skinning deer. They've taught me gun safety control and other things like that. Geez, I should have brought my paper up here. Gosh.
Okay, it's okay. It's all right. Just keep rolling.
Hold on, let me think about this. Sorry.
Actually, hunting? Did you like the hunting experience?
Yes, okay, sorry. So the memories I made, all right, let's start here. The memories I made were unbelievable. I've been on 3 hunts now, the super hunt with over 60 kids. There's amazing food. I mean, the experience, the views, waking up at 4 o'clock. I'm not a morning person, but I wake up, the views are amazing. The people out there, there's strong leaders out there that have amazing wisdom and can teach you so much. And it's like such a loving place to be. And I would have never been able to hunt, like I said. And now I love it. And I've been inviting friends to these hunts, and it's been amazing. Sorry, that was
That's all right.
topic, but
You think you're going to be a lifetime hunter now?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Excellent.
Yes, sir.
And you think maybe because of this program you will be a lifetime hunter?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
But I want to thank this program for the opportunity it gave me. And I hope other people can be in the same opportunity I got.
Recruit them.
Yes, sir.
Recruit them up. All right. Okay, thanks,
Thank
Ken.
you.
Just be careful. Hey, young man, just be careful now. If you go hunting too much and eat too much, you'll look like me.
Jonathan.
Yes, it's always hard to follow someone like Cannon, and which is definitely the reason why all of y'all are sitting up there is that programs like the Texas Youth Hunting Program. Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioner Dr. Yoskowitz. For the record, my name is Jonathan Letts, and I'm president of the Texas Wildlife Association. TWA is a private landowner and hunter rights organization formed in 1985. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some input this afternoon. In recent commission meetings, I've heard many of you talk about business, how Texas is open for business, and the need to be business friendly. I could not agree more with you. All of you own businesses and have been very successful. I own businesses, including the working cattle ranch and a hunting ranch. If you're in the oil business, like some of you are, you follow the rules of the Texas Railroad Commission. If you're in the hospitality industry, insurance, sales of any type, you must follow regulations. In fact, whatever business you operate, you must follow the rules, regulations, or licenses for that industry. Rules and regulations that often are made to protect the public and other businesses. One business should never be allowed to operate at the expense of another business. Of the 172 million acres that make up Texas, 142 million acres are farms, ranches, and forests. These 142 million acres are owned by over 250,000 private landowners, private businesses. These businesses provide food, fiber, wildlife conservation, and protect our natural resources. They are critical for the success of this department and the state. I ask each of you to remember that all farms and ranches in Texas are businesses, and hope that you will not favor one industry over another. And yes, I'm talking about the deer breeding industry and the artificial movement of deer around our state at the expense of all the other farms and ranches in Texas, all of these other businesses. The deer breeding industry operates under a license from this department and must be required to operate in a manner that protects the wildlife and our natural resources. One method is permanent visible ID, so landowners that are not in the deer breeding industry are able to protect their property. I recently read a bio about Vice Chairman Bell, and it was not Parks and Wildlife bio, but I thought it was very interesting, and I was very impressed about your history and your background. But there's one sentence in that really interested me after it mentioned that you were on this commission. And it said, Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission is the national leader in natural resources conservation and outdoor recreational programs. I hope that you all remember that, because that's why you all are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Matt Wagner.
Greetings, Chairman Hildebrand and Commission members. I'm Matt Wagner, Executive Director of the Texas Chapter of the Wildlife Society. The Texas Chapter is concerned the department is being pressured to diverge from their mission to manage and conserve natural resources for current and future generations, and instead is appeasing deer breeders through lawsuits, politics, celebrities, and of course the almighty dollar. We notice that a new position has been created, the Wildlife Landowner Liaison position. This unique position, salaried at about $100,000 per year, reports directly to the executive office and focuses on CWD. We wonder how that position will coordinate with the Wildlife Division that already has hundreds of biologists working with landowners every day. We hope the right person can be found for this job and encourage the department to include members of external conservation organizations to serve on the interview panel. The Texas Chapter, the Texas Wildlife Association, and numerous other conservation organizations, including the Texas Deer Association, supported the depopulation of the Hunt County breeding facility a few months ago. This highly publicized and unfortunate event took its toll on the facility owner's family and department employees alike, but it was unavoidable since after 2 years of litigation, the herd had a positive infection rate of 67%. Now the same thing is happening in multiple other breeding facilities, including Gillespie and Frio counties. Please honor the mission of TPW and protect the thousands of landowners that depend on healthy wild deer for their part in a $9 billion hunting economy in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Muth.
Moit, but you're close. You're getting closer every time we come up here. We'll get there.
Well, they need to, they need to give me the pronunciation here.
I'll write it out phonetically next
right.
time. Greetings, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. My name is Mary Pearl Moit, and I am the current president of Texas Chapter of the Wildlife Society. Our chapter, with nearly 1,000 members, Matt Wagner as our executive director, has been a strong advocate for sound wildlife management and conservation in Texas since 1965. I want to begin my testimony today by expressing our deep appreciation for the work of the wildlife biologists and field staff at Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. These professionals, many of them are members, many of them my personal friends, are the backbone of our state's wildlife management, living and working alongside the landowners they serve and playing an essential role in maintaining the balance between conservation and land use. Speaking to the core issue today, I must address our continued serious concern of the threat posed by chronic wasting disease. Since August 2022, as you heard earlier today, CWD has been detected in 21 captive deer breeding facilities, an alarming rate of nearly 1 new detection per month. Currently, as Matt alluded to, 14 CWD positive facilities housing approximately 4,200 deer have neither signed a herd plan nor depopulated their facilities. CWD has and will continue to pose a significant risk to Texas's other 5.8 million wild and native deer. which are shared in their stewardship by all 250,000 landowners in Texas, not just the few, as Jonathan mentioned. And worth repeating again, as an industry in Texas, white-tailed deer are worth $9.6 billion. I did a little Aggie math earlier, and to put that into rodeo terms, that's 30 times the economic impact of the 2024 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Okay. Shane Bonet? Sorry.
No problems. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners, and Dr. Yaskowitz. Shane Bonneau, I'm representing Coastal Conservation Association. And I just wanted to continue with the theme of gratitude, as others have expressed today, appreciation for this commission, for their support for our coastal fisheries, and an appreciation for the department for all that they do to enhance our fisheries. I had the personal privilege and pleasure of attending the 1 billion fish celebration held in late July. And I know Chairman Hildebrand spoke of it earlier. It really was a wonderful, wonderful, and worthy celebration. If folks knew what coastal fisheries staff and what hatchery staff have to go through to get a fingerling to that size, they would truly would understand how significant this achievement was. If you think it's hot out there right now, go in the bottom of a plastic-lined pond to clean out decaying organic matter, and you have a deeper understanding and appreciation for what it takes to get those fish to release them. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, and thank the department and their employees and the staff for all that they do to enhance our fisheries. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right. David Aparicio?
Good afternoon. My name is David Aparicio, and I'm the owner and operator of 2 oyster calm sites in Matagorda Bay and Tres Palacios Bay. We're located in Palacios, Texas. I want to first thank you all for your time today. I've spent my whole life being groomed on the water, starting in the Gulf shrimp industry, and in 2022, ultimately choosing my career in oyster farming. The reason for my visit today is I would like to propose a great farm and management practice moving forward. I'm asking the department to consider allowing Texas farmers to use out-of-state triploids to meet the seed demand in the appropriate time of year for planting oysters. This affects farmers when the seed availability can be scarce. By limiting us to use only Texas broodstocks makes seed very limited, and later, after the whole Gulf Coast has already planted seed, Texas is next in line and also last in line. Other states such as Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama can use each other's broodstocks as well as seed from our broodstock. However, Texas is not allowed to do so. These limitations affect our industry very much by missing appropriate planting windows, makes it further challenging to build a more successful business. Triploids are very similar to a seedless watermelon. They do not reproduce enough to affect or consider being harmful to Texas waters. All oysters from Mobile Bay, Alabama to northern/central bays of Texas share the same genetics. I know there are many things to consider, and oyster farming is so new to Texas. I just want to find the best avenues to help make the Texas Oyster Mariculture Program be more successful and sustainable moving forward for the years to come. Thank you all again for your time, and I appreciate everything that has been done thus far for this new and exciting industry to our great state, and I hope this option could be considered in the near future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. James Maine? And after that, we've got Riley Price, Fritz Janke, Jody Phillips, John True, and Graham Jones. James.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Department leadership, and staff. My name is Jim Mine. I'm the CEO of Palacios Marine Agricultural Research, which I will shorten to PMAR. PMAR is a nonprofit marine research organization that is focused on restoring oysters and oyster reefs across the Great Bays of Texas. PMAR hopes to do for oyster stocks what the department's world-class hatchery system has done to restore sports fish. Our oyster hatchery operations are very similar to the department's sports fish restocking programs, where we follow many of the same hatchery protocols and hope for the same great results. PMAR has recently completed its second oyster hatchery, and we're located in Palacios, Texas, which is on Matagorda Bay. And we are now poised to produce over 2 billion oyster-eyed larvae on an annual basis. To put that in perspective, 2 billion eyed oyster larvae, as they go through metamorphosis, can turn into about 300 million oysters that we could be putting back in Texas waters every year. Unfortunately, PMAR's production right now is limited to only providing seed for the mariculture industry, which is in its infancy and far below what our productive capacity is. In most states and other countries, oyster restoration efforts are anchored by hatchery operations, and the same could be true in Texas. PMAR urges the Commission to take advantage of this valuable restoration tool that can improve our oyster stocks and provide economic benefit to our coastal economies. Let's work together to establish appropriate protocols for deploying our oyster in the water and restoring our bays. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Jim, are you the only facility that does this type work in the Texas Gulf Coast?
We are the only production facility. There is a research facility in Flower Mound that is operated by AgriLife. And then there is a pending facility, I believe, on the Bolivar Peninsula that is attempting to develop a hatchery operation.
For commercial purposes?
That is my understanding.
Okay, great. But you're saying you could produce 300 million oysters per year? Or?
Yes, Commissioner.
Wow. Okay. All right. Great. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Raleigh Price.
Hello. My name is Riley Ann Price, and I think that a few of you already know that I'm the West Texas cotton farmer. This is not my first time here, and it's always an honor to be here and have the opportunity to speak to you guys as an avid agriculturalist and a wildlife enthusiast. This morning, I had the opportunity to sit in the workshop. I left home about 4 o'clock this morning to make sure that I could be here, and that was a true learning experience. I wish that I had taken part in that previously. It was interesting to hear some of the comments that were made, and it was interesting to have a feel for the room and understand where some of you are coming from. It was alarming to me that it was pointed out this morning that 94% of the public comment on the CWD zones strongly disagreed. And yet we are still here. It was alarming to me that after 94% of the public comment disagreed, we're still looking at placing 6 more zones with approximately 50-ish thousand acres. It's alarming to me that no one can tell me exactly how many acres are in these zones, surveillance or containment. The word approximate is used fluently, but there's not an exact number of acres. My husband and I are cotton farmers in 5 counties. We're spread out about 120 miles from end to end. Trust me, I would love to pay my taxes on approximate acres instead of actual ones. When I signed my federal contracts, I have to know exactly how many acres I planted in cotton. I'm just curious, how many acres is it? The comment was made this morning that we weren't sure that it affected land values. Trust me, it does. Not only does it affect our land value, it affects our livelihood as landowners. It is no secret, it's statistical, that agriculturalists are asset rich and cash poor. That land is how we obtain our operating capital, and it absolutely is affecting our land values.
Great. Thank you, Riley, very much. All right, Fritz Janicki.
It's Fritz Janicki, and I'm with the Texas Aquaculture Association. I appreciate being able to be here this afternoon. I want to express gratitude for the work that the Parks and Wildlife has done with the commercial oyster mariculture program, and we saw I saw the workshop this morning, and a lot of work is being done to proactively change things to the better. members of the Texas Aquaculture Association Oyster Section were able to meet with Parks and Wildlife staff in July, and we came here primarily to express that the fees from Parks and Wildlife and other state organizations in Texas, GLO specifically, are much higher than other producing states. Parks and Wildlife fees alone are 4 times higher than most of the other coastal aquaculture states, especially in the Gulf of Mexico. They're higher than Alabama, which is the next highest, but about 4 times the total fees of other coastal states. These fees are putting Texas oyster farmers at a competitive disadvantage with other states in the neighboring states. We are proposing that the $450 per acre per year for the farms in Texas be consider a $450 flat fee per farm. The reason that we're proposing that is because we got the impression in our meetings that really it's not a lot more time needed from Parks and Wildlife staff to inspect and do the paperwork for a larger farm than it is a smaller farm. And so a flat fee would probably be more appropriate. It would really help out the oyster mariculture farmers. Be a good chance to do this while we're taking care of a lot of other commercial oyster mariculture items. Any questions, please let me know, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much. Jody Phillips.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I had a whole speech written and I just threw it out the window earlier, so I'm going off the cuff today. So I'm Jody Phillips, president of the Texas Deer Association, and I'd like to start with my appreciation for you guys having an open mind regarding CWD. I think that the discussion this morning was promising, and I think that we're headed down a good path. I'd like to just point out a couple of things. The deer breeders themselves are not against regulation. It's needed in our industry, there is no doubt. I've said this several times, it keeps people from doing this that just don't need to be doing it. But at the same time, you guys have created regulation that is working. So we do all the testing. Recently, we've added the 100% movement, so from breeder to breeder. We test 100% of mortalities. And what this looks like as far as any aspect of it, whether you're talking about zones or just deer movement in general, is that means that each farm tests approximately, and this is a low number, about 25% of their herd per year. So it's not just a snapshot of one deer. It's a video clip of the entire farm every year. So in order to move that deer, not only do you have to already be movement qualified, but you're also going to test everything that you might even consider moving. You may not move it because you may not sell it or, depending on what's going on within the industry. But the reason I'm saying that is the rules and the approach that you guys already made is working. So we're getting all of these new positives because the testing is so intense. Where you test intensely, you're going to find it. So I think that the regulation that's in place is designed to work, and it is, and now all of a sudden we're upset that it is working. Hey, we found more positive. Isn't that what it was designed to do in the first place? So I just wanted to point that out to you guys, and anyway, I appreciate your time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. John True.
Thank you for the time. Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, members of the commission, appreciate the time. I am John True. I was a former president of TDA and a deer breeder in Hunt County. I appreciate the zone discussion this morning. As I mentioned, I'm a clean breeding operation in Hunt County, but I've been in a containment zone and put out of business because of the antiquated regulations that were written in 2012. I've been respectful and reasonable. I've played the game with the department. I was told if I was serious about getting back in business that I could submit a petition for rulemaking. I did that. That was vetted by 2 different committees up here at the department. It was accepted by the majority in the room. That was the first week of May. Nothing's still been presented to you all. I've been told to be patient, that changes may be coming. I'm frustrated. I need your help, and I wanted to explain to you we've talked about best practices that happen at deer farms. I wanted to explain that to you and let you know that I'm still unable to conduct business. Our pens are double fenced. I own all of my own live testing tools, whether it's rectal or tonsil. I own my own AI equipment when it comes to operating a breeding program. I own my own probes for semen collection on our bucks. I've implemented the Chris Seabury susceptibility model into our herd. I've euthanized every single animal that wasn't born in our pens. I'm not epi-linked to any other breeder in the state. I have no trace-in connectivity. I've taken a business approach to this and made some very difficult decisions in the spirit of surviving the regulations. Along with being in the suffocating containment zone, we've also been in a surveillance zone for the last 3 years. We test every animal for CWD that dies in our pens. We test every animal for CWD that leaves our pens going to our attached release site. And we test every animal for CWD that we harvest on the attached release site. 100% of everything. In 3 years, our surveillance zone has tested over 1,700 animals. The only positives have been on 2 trace facilities tied to the positive farm. Both of those are surrounded by a high fence. When is enough for the rest of us? I appreciate so much the discussion on the zones, and I pray that we move away from this ridiculous model. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Graham Jones. And after Mr. Jones, we've got Kevin Davis, Jenny Sanders, Roy Leslie, Santiago, I'll leave it at that, and Clayton Utkov. Graham.
Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz. Good afternoon. My name is Graham Jones. I'm just an old retired game warden. I should have brought my readers. But I simply just wanted to say thank you. Y'all have a tough job. We've seen that today. I've witnessed it over the last 30 years. But I just want to thank each of you for your service to the state of Texas, to our natural resources, and to the people of Texas. Our population has doubled since the mid-1980s, from 15 million to 30 million. And that's why I think, and I think we all think that conservation is more important today than it ever has been before. More population results in more demand, usage, and pressure on our natural resources and our state park system, more demand on our lakes, bays, rivers, and WMAs, hence the importance of the work you do, along with the department staff, landowners, nonprofits, hunters, anglers, campers, birders, the list goes on. With all the growth and increased demand, Texas remains the envy of every state. I've seen it attending national conferences, our coastal fisheries, our inland fisheries, our WMAs, our relationships with landowners. We are the envy of the rest of the country. And of course, a big part of this, and it's been mentioned multiple times, that without the cooperation and partnerships from landowners, we wouldn't be where we are today. I appreciate your allowing me to serve on the Coastal Resources Advisory Committee and also on the newly created Oyster Advisory Committee. I'm very excited about that. I, of course, support the oyster-related proposals as stated. Lastly, and most importantly, I just want to thank the employees of the department, who I will always, I always view as family. It's like coming home whenever I come up here and talk. And again, thank you for your dedication to the people of Texas and to our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz. I'm Kevin Davis with the Texas Deer Association. I just want to, again, thank you all for the opportunity to come speak for a couple of minutes. I also want to thank you for your service to the people of the state of Texas and to the staff for their service to the people of the state of Texas. I've supplied a letter of the position from the Texas Deer Association on our stance with the zoning proposals. I won't belabor you with the points of that letter or the points that have already been made today. I just will tell you that we do have an opportunity here. The Texas Animal Health Commission staff has a proposal that's about to go out for public comment and up for adoption soon that eliminates surveillance zones under their purview. and it's a staff proposal. It's not a proposal coming from the outside. Staff is saying we'd like to move away from zones. So that presents an opportunity for us. It presents an opportunity for you. There's also a hurdle if we decide to move forward with new zones that's going to be tough immediately, and that is that if you recall your last commission meeting, you adopted some changes in regulations. That was on May the 23rd. Some of those regulations did not actually make it to an effective date until August the 13th. So they worked through a process. Staff's got to clean it up. It's got to get to the Texas Register. It's got to be there for 20 days before it takes effect. If it takes a similar length of time for that to happen as it did from the last commission meeting, we'll be in deer season when this rule takes effect. So the stress that's related to new regulation, coupled with the stress that's placed on a landowner when they're placed in a zone, stresses the relationship between the department and the landowner even further. I think we all know that landowners want to move away from the zone structure. I would just say it's probably time for us to go ahead and stop adopting new zones and just change the regulation altogether. New approach. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Jenny Sanders.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners. Appreciate Dr. Yaskowitz, y'all letting us be here today in this annual hearing. My name is Jenny Sanders. I'm a small acreage landowner and a hunter in Trinity County, one of the newest counties to join this fun club of CWD coming to our backyard thanks to captive deer breeding. Since August, as you've heard, since August of 22, CWD has been detected in 21 captive deer breeding facilities. And again, that's almost one new captive facility per month with the disease. Even worse, since 2015, 11,477 exposed deer have been released from CWD-positive facilities onto 947 release sites across Texas. And with very little harvest testing going on those exposed sites and continued failure of this department to require permanent visible identification on released deer, we really have no idea how many of those release sites now harbor CWD. I, along with many landowners and hunters that I know and interact with, are appreciative of the department's and the commission's concern for the impact of CWD on neighbors and hunters that didn't do anything to get ourselves in this situation. However, everybody I know would much rather you prevent the spread of the disease than remove the protective and response measures to its detection. I've provided a copy of a report that others have mentioned from a Texas A&M study that was recently done. According to this research, deer hunting represents $9.6 billion in economic impact annually to Texas. And with less than 5% of hunters and landowners participating in the captive deer breeding industry, why would we continue to allow this cottage industry to put our rural economies at risk and our hunting heritage at risk? It's those kids that came up here talking about the hunting heritage program that we're putting at risk. If you're not willing to stop the spread of this disease via artificial movement of deer around the state, please at least give landowners who did not ask for this disease the tools to find and remove exposed animals by requiring permanent visible identification on all released deer. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Roy Leslie.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Leslie, representing only myself. I'm a low fence, no lease landowner in far northwest Kendall County, part of the 140-year-old Hillingdon Ranch. In 2014, we received the Lone Star Land Steward Award from Parks and Wildlife, and in 2023, the Land Stewardship Award from the Texas Chapter of the Wildlife Society. I'm pushing 75, and for nearly all my adult life, Parks and Wildlife commissioners and staff have been valued partners in managing a healthy habitat. That partnership is threatened. I no longer consider this commission my partner. By promoting commercial feedlot businesses over those of us engaged in proper habitat management for all wildlife, you're losing my support. By promoting unacceptable recommendations from politicians, podcasters, aging rockers, and blatant self-promoters, you're losing my support. With your CWD priorities over the last year, you're losing my support. I'm not alone, as surely you must realize. I know you're tired of dealing with chronic wasting disease. We all are. But you knew when you took this honored position that chronic wasting was an existential threat. The outcome is in your hands. Please look deeply and quietly within and ask yourself if you're doing the right thing for our unaltered Texas wildlife. Please protect the interests of the vast majority of Texans. Please publicly affirm and follow your long-revered mission statement. Please consider your personal Parks and Wildlife legacy as champions of native wildlife or as promoters of a failing business. Please stop spreading chronic wasting disease. If you can't, then please step aside.
Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
Santiago.
Greetings, Commissioners. I'm going to change lanes a little bit with regards to things that are not on the agenda. I appreciate y'all's service here. I'm here today to speak towards the protections guaranteed by Section 6F of the Land and Water Conservation Fund Act as they apply to the City of Austin parkland known as Festival Beach Edward Rendon Senior Park. Any temporary non-conforming use that exceeds 6 months in duration is required to identify and publish a NPS-approved conversion site pursuant of the legal obligations stated in the 1965 Land and Water Conservation Act with the intent to preserve irreplaceable recreationally valuable public parkland known as Section 6F properties. Karen Scar's response to my email with regard to the expansion of the proposed I-35 through Austin and replacement of the bridge over Colorado River. As documented in Department of Interior consultation March 7, 2023, we requested the analysis should include alternatives considered for proposed 6F property replacement mitigation site, that's the important part, and an analysis of impacts as recommended by the lead agency, TxDOT. Our current understanding is that coordination between agencies, including Texas Parks and Wildlife and the City of Austin, is ongoing. Any and all finalization will be responsibility of TxDOT as the lead agency. In August of last year, TxDOT produced their EIS and their final record of decision without offering a property to exchange for this conversion site. I'm more interested in the temporary non-conforming use of Edward Rendon Park, which the Historic Land Commission of City of Austin has recognized a marker placed in 1964 protecting a heritage pecan grove. And I would like to understand what powers this board has or this dais has to ensure that we value this parkland.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You bet. All right, Clayton Utkov, and then after that, we've got Rick Young, Marie Williams, Bobby Schmidt, William Robinson, Rodney Parrish, Will Hart. Mr. Utkov. Utkov?
Utkov.
Utkov. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Clayton Utkov. I am not a deer breeder, but I am here as an attorney representing Rick Young and have been representing Rick Young in his dispute with Texas Parks and Wildlife and Texas Animal Health virtually since the beginning. I was at the first meeting in which the Texas Parks and Wildlife called with Mr. Young after a positive test. Although Mr. Young is going to speak to you about some of the details of his personal situation, I have been asked to address a couple of comments. One, I'd like to talk to you briefly about the evidence that Texas Parks and Wildlife has been providing related to a positive CWD test. And second, I'd like to talk to you about our experience with the Texas Parks and Wildlife proposed herd plans. As an attorney, I'm used to parties making allegations against each other. Parties frequently have differing sides. Oftentimes, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. As business owners, executives, as trustees, and at least one attorney, I'm sure that you all understand it's not hard to make an allegation against somebody, but it is hard to prove that allegation. In fact, having a judicial process that requires evidence and proof is a hallmark of the American judicial system. The burden of proof, I suspect you understand, it falls on the party making the allegation. In this situation, in regards to CWD, the testing is Texas Parks and Wildlife does away with all requirements related to testing. It's the judge, it's the jury, it's the executioner. You may understand that the first opportunity, first, Texas Parks and Wildlife tests all deer that die in a pen, regardless of the cause. They receive the test results. If it's a positive, they provide it to the deer breeder. There's no opportunity for the breeder to confirm the test, to get a second opinion of the test, to conduct independent tests. It simply has to take Texas Parks and Wildlife at its word that there is a positive test. The choices are then one of two things: immediate or somewhat immediate destruction of the entire herd of deer owned by the breeder. The result being the loss of a small Texas business. It's all based on this one test, a positive test at that point. You're going to hear testimony from others today that those test results are not always accurate. You're going to hear testimony from others that have had false positives, inconsistent results. You're going to hear testimony where the results come back, the gender of the deer is not even correctly identified. So it's at least entirely possible that the positive test that the breeder is being presented with is not in fact positive, and it doesn't matter. At that point, the entire herd can be wiped out. And there are multiple examples of breeders losing all of their deer with no resulting positive test.
I understand. Closing argument.
Closing, I'm
15
sorry.
seconds.
The herd, just briefly on the herd plans, they do not, in fact, they're presented as an alternative. There's no alternative. At least in the case of Mr. Young's ranch, the deer herd plan came back with, the net result was the same thing. All of his deer were wiped out. He just agreed to spend an unknown amount of money over the course of 5 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Commissioners. You've probably heard a lot of bad stuff. This is Rick Young. And there's my friend Oliver. I'm the Gillespie County CWD positive, but my guess is you haven't heard any of my proactive statements. I've got deer in two pens, two facilities right now. One facility has one pen that has deer in it. Two tests in that pen, no positives. I've got another facility a mile and a half away, 5 pens, all have deer. There's been a positive, 3 positives, maybe 4. I don't actually get the reports sent to me. I have to try to get them to my vet. But there may be 4 in that one pen. But that pen is separated by more than 100 feet, which USDA rules said 10 feet is not commingle. It's got electric fence around it. I heard double fencing is best practice. I've done that. So I'd like to make known that we killed all the native deer on our pasture, 1,500 acres, before we ever let any deer go. So all the deer in my pasture are either directly out of my pen or direct descendants. We've tested 59 in the last 2 years in the pasture, all negative. Parks and Wildlife has tested 2,100 deer in the surveillance zones, all negative. So the idea that my deer pose a real threat to my pasture deer or the deer in the surrounding ranches, I can't buy that because we've tested too many of them. And we've also tested over 150 either anti or post-mortem deer in our pens with negative results. And I am being as proactive as I can. If I thought for a second my deer posed a threat to my pasture deer or the neighbors, I'd kill them all. But I've pretty well proven that with 59. That's about 25% of the herd in my pasture has been tested. They've all been negative.
Great. Mr. Young, thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Any close?
Yeah, I really think that you guys are, commissioners have a hard time making any decisions on my particular case because we've got Hunter Reed that's lied in his affidavit, and he said we've been offered multiple herd plans. No, we've been offered one, and we refused to come and negotiate, so it's lying. We never refused to come and negotiate. So if you're not getting the truth, how can you really weigh in?
Understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marie Williams.
My name is Mary Lou Williams. I'm here today because on May the 28th, 68 Texan Parks and Wildlife personnel depopulated 249 deer at the worst outbreak in the state of Texas. I would like those here to know how Texas Parks and Wildlife conducts their business when Texans are watching and when they don't think anyone is watching. Here they are in hazmat suits with tarps laid out on the ground at a stage visitation of their sample site at RW Trophy Ranch. Here they are the next day in shorts, flip-flops, and gloves sometimes, accompanied by the vet Hunter Reed, pouring out solution off the samples collected at RW Trophy Ranch on bare ground without a tarp, without an 8-foot fence. Actually, there is no fence there. And I have seen wild deer near this location. This is Texas Parks and Wildlife saying, do as I say, not as I do. Their actions affect the livelihood, finances, property values, and private property rights of the citizens of the state of Texas. Upon receiving the final reports from TVMDL for the 249 deer, I noticed that 14 of the deer on the submission, their unique numbers were inaccurate. Of those 14 deer, 8 of those deer were unique numbers that were not assigned to, 8 of them were unique numbers assigned to different deer breeders, and those deer never were at RW Trophy Ranch. 3 of those were unused or unassigned, and the other were deer that had been deceased at RW Trophy Ranch going back as far as 2013. The important aspect of this is that there is a final report that states a certain unique number is suspect per TVMDL and confirmed as a positive at NVSL that is not a deer that was at RW Trophy Ranch when it was depopulated. This negligence and ineptitude by Texas Parks and Wildlife, TVMDL, and NVSL is unacceptable when there is no checks and balances on a test and a decision that carries such enormous consequences. Does TVMDL make mistakes? Yes, they do. We sent 3 samples in April of 2024 to be tested. They were shipped in the same box, but they were in individual baggies.
Ms. Williams, wrap, if you would, wrap up in 15, 30 seconds. Thanks.
I had a conversation with Dr. Gomez. He told me that of those, there was 2 that were detect, and that 1 was not, because he had let me know that there was a mix-up in the tissue that they had there, because one doe was put in a different one.
Okay.
I got the test results back. The 2 deer he said were detect. On the final report, 1 of them was detect and 1 of them was not detect. So I need the commission to know that they are basing people's livelihoods, their finances on tests that there are mix-ups, and I have it, if you wish, I can give you the recording of that, and I can show you the report that also states that these are the 2 deer that are detect, and those were not the 2 deer that they said were detect. I do not even know which ones could be.
All right.
So in conclusion, the inability to have an open, honest conversation with individuals and/or agencies that do not want to be open and transparent causes lots of doubt and mistrust, which for me has changed my perception of the entities that are now in control of the deer breeding community.
Thank you very much. All right, Bobby Schmidt.
Thank you, Commissioners, Parks and Wildlife.
I don't know how y'all sit up there and listen to all this BS all day long, but you do a hell of a good job of it. I tell you, it's so many different opinions in here. I'm a deer breeder, and we got shut down. My son a deer breeder, and we're a deer breeder also, 2 different locations, and got shut down last year when they on a tier deal, which I thank y'all for finally doing away with the tier deal, and shut down Parks and Wildlife and opened the Animal Health Commission. 2 state agencies you didn't know where in the hell what to do. Didn't know we were shut down, but Animal Health Commission opened with. But thank y'all for doing that and getting that done anyway. You know, the testing is, you've heard so much mixed things about this testing and all, and we do test 100%. We do everything we're told to do. The rules change constantly. We never know what the hell to do tomorrow. Why don't you look at it another way of testing? You're going to test the pins, and it's not, I'm one of the old school. I think it's scrapies and CWD is the same thing. My granddaughter did a thesis on it. Nobody wants to listen to it, but it's all the facts are there, and there's no doubt about it. But nobody, even USDA said they can't tell the difference in it, but nobody will look at it that way. Why don't we just testing deer breeders? You're going to find it here and then want to kill 300 deer if you got one, you know? Why not on the MLD permits out here in the wild, everybody, all these ranches test 3% or 10 deer off each one of them or something and do that and find out the truth. Hollywood Park, what do you call it up here? Kerr Wildlife Management area. We'll never get the truth about it. There's no doubt about it. We're still trying to, but you never will. But there's so much of it out there. But if you do, the MLD permits, do a certain percentage of them, and let's, look at it out of here. It'll change a lot of people's outlook on it. I promise you when they find it out there, because it is there. It's not going to go away, and it's going to be there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate it. William Robinson.
Mr. Commissioner, I appreciate being able to talk to you guys today. I own Little Pink Creek Ranch in Kimball County. We have a deer breeding facility that got shut down a couple of years ago. I'm kind of a reactive type person. Instead of waiting on Texas Animal Health to have my deer tested, I knocked them all down and had RT quick test on every one of them. We had one deer that came up positive when we got shut down. Like I said, I RT quick tested every deer in those pens, 150 of them. After we got the test results back, where the first deer come up positive, in pen 10, I killed every deer in that pen. In pen 9, I killed every deer in that pen. Then I had them take 3 deer just randomly out of each of the other 8 pens. We sent those off to A&M. They come back. Within a couple of days, we get a phone call, we got 10 positive deer. I need somebody to tell me how that happens when they came up negative on the first testing. They tested tissue, fecal, and saliva. We also took DNA samples off of every deer in that pen. We had 20% that they said come up positive. I don't buy it. It doesn't happen that quick. 4 of them were fawns. 2 of the fawns' mothers were negative, according to Texas Parks and Wildlife. RT Quick said we might have had 1 positive deer in one of the other pens. We killed that deer, sent it in. It was negative, according to the state. The other question I got, they told me, wait 2 years before we start testing. I killed 72 animals on my ranch last year. Texas Animal Health don't want to look at those 72 deer as part of the 248 to take off. I just need some answers, guy. They've got 16,000 acres of my property tied up.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's see. We got, is this Rodney? Are you Rodney? Rodney Parrish, sorry.
You don't know me by now.
Hello, Mr. Parrish. It's good to see you. It's good to see you again.
Good to see y'all. This whole deal is a Pandora's box created by the first 2 deer that got on the ark. One of them had it. Prove me different. And now we're being accused, us deer breeders, of creating a monster. Ms. Sanders, I'm sorry. We did not. Mother Nature did. We have an answer to it. We love deer as much as anybody. Maybe more. Now, back to the deal. I was an eyewitness to the depopulation of Mr. Robert Williams' deer. The most unethical, inhumane, Gestapo ways that, and I'm ashamed to say it, Parks and Wildlife did it. There's good people in the Parks and Wildlife, but they have to do a dirty job. And for those good people that do a dirty job, I'll commend them. But there's some dirty people that do a dirty job in y'all's business. They went up there and they killed 249 deer. Part of them were guilty, part of them were innocent. We need to straighten this out with some common sense, sit down at the table with each other, and I'm willing to sit with any of y'all. Y'all probably don't want to sit with me, but I don't care. Y'all know it. This disease isn't going to kill every deer in the United States, every deer in the country, or it would have already done it. Yeah, we don't know how it spreads. We don't know where it comes from. And my red light's on. But let's get this stupid.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Over with.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Hart.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for, and Dr. Yaskowitz, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I wish I'd gotten here a little earlier. I would have had opportunity to read the facts. Everyone there read now 10 times first. But I've been listening to this, and I guess my shorthand is this. Deer farms produce freak deer and chronic wasting disease. I won't give you the current status. You've heard all that. But what keeps welling up in me is, why are we talking about this? We've taken the wild out of wildlife. All this talent, all this brain power, all the capital and so forth. What are we doing? What's next?
Excuse me, sir, could you pull the microphone a little bit closer to you? You're soft-spoken.
How's that?
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, I don't have much to offer after what I've listened to. But we can do better than this. We don't need to veer off into private practice of wildlife. We need to stick with what we've got. We're the best in the nation. And I don't know what else to say, except I'll be coming back often. I learned a whole lot today. It's a great group of people, and how in the hell are we getting this done?
Well, thank you for your comments very much. Mrs. Hart.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Pam Hart, a Hill Country and West Texas landowner, a founding member of Texas for Mountain Lions, and a recent member of Texas Parks and Wildlife Mountain Lion Working Group. In summary, in 2021, Texas for Mountain Lions met with Texas Parks and Wildlife staff, and then in 2022 filed a petition to start a conversation about the abundance and management of mountain lions. In 2022, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission established a mountain lion working group which met 5 times, and I want to thank you for that. It was a wonderful experience, and thank you for my plaque. It's beautiful. Texas Parks and Wildlife staff submitted a thorough and intelligent report to the 2023 Commission. Then in spring 2024, Texas Parks and Wildlife staff delivered several presentations to you guys, to the Commission, and finally in May 2024, just recently, with lots of public support, the Commission unanimously passed regulations to stop the canned hunting of mountain lions and prohibit the holding of live lions in a trap for more than 36 hours. And I want to thank you very much for your attention to this. Ultimately, Texas for Mountain Lions would now like to see Texas Parks and Wildlife Department create and implement a mountain lion management plan that has management units, is defensible and economical. Hopefully, the new plan would utilize mandatory harvest reporting, which is fundamental to ethical hunting culture and the cheapest and most efficient method to get regional mountain lion abundance. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Next 5. Sarah Knox, Alice Emming, Michelle McBride, Justin Wilson, and Todd Marindirio. Ms. Knox. Okay, Alice Hemming. Hello, Ms. Hemming.
Hello, Chairman, Commissioners. Well, here again, once again, it's been a year since my husband stood before the commission pleading for a pathway because we found in our situation, we didn't know what to do, so he came to plead, show me a path, show me what I need to do, tell me what I need to do. You know, Dr. Yaskovich's leadership, you know, go to the staff, show us, call on the phone, you have a positive. Alan Kane quickly called, let us know, made recommendations. We followed immediately. I have letters and emails. What you did is commendable. What you did was nobody else has done. You took immediate action, which we did gladly because we believe that there is disease management that needs to be in place. This is just business. If you're going to be in business, you got to have rules. You got to follow the rules. If you don't know, you've got to be conservative because otherwise it's a Russian roulette game, and we don't want to play that with our deer or anybody else's deer. Our fences, we have all the high fences in place. We follow all the rules because we don't want deer on the outside to infect our deer. Zones turned out, next thing I know is I get these messages that they're holding a thing at the local Catholic church. Zoning, this is the harm that zoning did, putting up posters about zombie deer. Now, granted, they weren't from Parks and Wildlife, but Parks and Wildlife never, ever came to our aid to this. And a child was hurt over this because their father, in fact, he's being homeschooled because their father was, he was threatened because your father's going to put my father's business out, their guides. They didn't want to wear Blue Creek shirts. This is not thinking before you enact a mass marketing campaign and how it's going to affect people. I have numbers. I've tested over 3,000 deer since we were required to test. 3,000. I have postmortem tests, guaranteed. And after meeting with John Savlosky, he looked. It's an impossibility that my second alleged positive was truly a positive because the codone values and everything else and how old that deer was and all the deer that were in its immediate contact were post-mortem tested, 0 detection. There's something fishy, and it's not Billy the billionth red drum is not the fish I'm talking about. There's something wrong here. I don't know what feather. We have to admit that anything that somebody conducts, test or anything, there has to be flaws in it. There has to, if you can go to jail on something, you have to be released on that same principle. Whatever that's putting you in jail, you have to trust the testing. The testing has to be a firm barrier. You have to say, okay, you've tested. That deer goes somewhere else. It is not that breeder's responsibility what life that deer will lead. I just really want some people to please ask your staff to get with some people that will sensibly and come up with some solutions. And I've gone over my time. I hope I don't have to see you next year except to applaud another billionth bass to be released. Like I said, I was a master's naturalist program. I loved your program. That's what I want to be talking about. I'd love to see y'all acquiring more land and having more opportunities. But I want to be an advocate for you and not an adversary.
Understand.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hemming. Ms. McBride.
Hello, Commissioners. Nice to meet y'all in person. I am Michelle McBride of Kirk County, and I thank you for the allotted time to share my thoughts concerning the Commission's regulatory powers and duties. By amending 65.84, the power of implementing zone designations, modifications, and much more is given to the Executive Director. The transfer of these powers given by Commission creates avoidable trust obstacles with the people of Texas. Therefore, unnecessary burdens to law enforcement. I disagree with powers given and believe these powers should be revoked based on simple reasoning. Detection defines date found in an area, not the date of origination. Which brings me to note by staff in the new zone designations proposal referencing antemortem testing not being used as a definitive test for individual animals. Will it be used again in determining herd euthanasias, or will it be postmortem testing as determining factor? Better understood as captive depopulation efforts and culling of free-ranging herds due to fear of spread. Though science and history proves an effectiveness of these management techniques in controlling chronic wasting disease. I look forward to sharing more with you tomorrow in hopes that we reach an agreement and a stand to work together. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Justin Wilson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Appreciate the time to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Justin Wilson. I'm a Frio County and Uvalde County landowner and currently manage a cattle and wildlife ranch in Zavala County. I've been an avid hunter for almost 40 years and have been a deer breeder for the past 22. I love deer and I love raising deer. Ask anybody that knows me and they'll tell you that I'm extremely passionate about deer. I used to be an extremely rewarding experience. Now it's fraught with worry and concern of impending annihilation. Because of the threat of CWD, white-tailed deer breeders and hunting ranches are at risk of being put out of business and having their herds destroyed. Not because of the disease itself, but because of the punitive costs that comes with a CWD positive detection. The regulations need to change. We know CWD is not a threat to humans. We know that CWD is not a threat to wild cervid populations. The threat is a regulatory response to a positive CWD detection. The positive breeding facility has a very slim chance to survive once they have the first positive detection. The first response from this department is suggesting a whole herd depopulation. Second option 2, lockdown for 5 years, partial herd extermination, and several years of testing. So unless you have really deep pockets, that option's not a viable avenue of success. Some plans allow for the liberation of deer with even more testing. Sounds good at first until you read the fine print. Once an animal is liberated, live test essentially carries no value. The animal must be tested after harvested, and this test, approved by this department, that proves an animal is clean and safe to release, now traps a breeder into punitive herd plans if it ties back to a positive facility. So, we have the solution in our pens. I've tested over 500 animals and I've had one positive. That's a 99.8% clean rate. I've done over 500 GBV values on my deer, and 50% of my herd is resistant to CWD. We have the answer.
Good.
Give us an avenue to help you out.
Great. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Todd Marandino. Let's talk about ducks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll
Thank
shift
you.
gears a little bit. Appreciate the opportunity, Commissioner and the Chairman and staff, Dr. Jaskowitz, to speak today. My name's Todd Marandino. I'm the Director of Conservation Programs for Ducks Limited here in Texas. I'll be co-presenting with Kirby Brown.
If that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
We'll tag team here.
All right.
So, Chairman Hildebrand, members, David, thank you for having us here today, and thank you all for your service, including the staff members. You introduced yourself. I am Kirby Brown, Conservation Outreach for Duck Unlimited here in Austin. And Ducks Unlimited is the largest wetland organization in the world with more than 1 million members and supporters in North America, and including almost 60,000 members in Texas. And since 1937, DU has restored and conserved over 15 million acres of wetlands. And with our partners, it's always in partnership. And last year, for the first time, Ducks Unlimited conserved over 1 million acres in a single year. Incredible amount of wetlands work, and we're proud of it. Todd?
Yeah, thanks, Kirby. And in Texas, that partnership last year in our fiscal year 24 resulted and over $3.6 million of wetland conservation projects in partnership with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. In our current fiscal year, starting in July, that conservation teamwork partnership will result in over $6 million of wetland conservation. This funding is derived from Ducks Unlimited donor funding, leveraging that with state and federal grant programs, working through the department using Pittman-Robertson funds and also state migratory stamp funds. That work is done on many of the management areas across the state. We also work quite extensively with private landowners in the Texas Panhandle and the Texas coast in conservation, in concert with Wildlife Division staff, and also with coastal fishery staff on the Texas coast on beneficial dredge projects and shoreline breakwaters.
And we couldn't have accomplished all of this, the 1 million acres this last year, without this commission, your excellent staff, Texas waterfowl hunters, and other partner groups around the nation. And critically, wetland habitat conservation not only has to take place here in Texas, but internationally on breeding grounds in Canada, where most of our waterfowl are produced and that we shoot, as well as in Mexico. And we want to thank you for recognizing that this is a shared resource across the country. And on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for your work.
Commissioner Scott.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
I don't think anybody questions y'all's dedication to wildlife, to bird conservation. Y'all do an outstanding job. I was down in Beaumont when we celebrated all that with y'all, and it's something to witness. If you had never been to a DU banquet, go to one. They're a lot of fun. And second, this year we raised almost $10 million in DU fundraising. And all of that's going to be matched multiple times. So we're looking forward to putting more work on the ground. Thank you.
And a personal experience, I did a project with your team this year. Your staff was incredibly professional, a little slow, but we got it done and built some fabulous duck ponds that I think are going to be a real attractant to waterfowl. So, and you guys were really great to work with. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We've got a small staff, but we're effective.
Good. Thank you very much. All right, Brian Dart. And then we've got a few more. Charles Eckel, Monica Morrison, Danny Cruz, and last is Corey Russell. Mr. Dart.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. I'd like to inform you today of some research that we as a private entity are doing and what we need from you to help us move forward in understanding and managing chronic wasting disease. Due to lack of direction and communication, we've taken it upon ourselves to develop and employ a proactive screening process for early detection in CWD in our facility using the latest science and technology. We're the ones doing the research and looking for new ways to manage this disease. Our goal is early removal of infected animals while at the same time determining which animals are not infected. So far, this approach has been quite successful, with one animal being removed proactively and a substantial number of others showing no presence of prions. This approach is putting out the sparks before there's fire. What people need to realize is that prions are everywhere: water, soil, plants, dust, everywhere. There are papers and research to back all of this. We have data that shows this as well, and we've also been able to see those prion loads move through animals from front to back, and those animals test not detected with required IHC testing later on after dying. Regulatory consequences need to be removed for active research to continue, not only in our facility, but in others. There needs to be a mechanism that can allow places doing research to continue moving forward without having to kill animals without bias due to regulations put in place during the last commission session. As a result of our research, we've also found strong correlation between testing protocols and positive facilities. In fact, the model that we've put together through our research is now being offered to other positive facilities despite any discussion with us about the science or data behind it. The department's best practices as they stand are kill, test, kill over and over. As a reactionary response, this was deemed acceptable with the discovery of the first positive in a facility. Here we are 10 years later, and that old outdated response is still being used. Science and technology has grown leaps and bounds since then, and it's time the department catches up. Best practices cannot be improved when the same protocol is being used over and over and not being improved upon. The science and research world is continually moving forward and at a rapid rate. The department has knowledge of all the positive animals in the state as the results are determined and then suspected and confirmed. There needs to be much more cooperation with researchers that will allow them access to these animals for sampling and data collection both before and after those animals are euthanized. We've seen in the past these researchers have been denied access to these animals and this data. If the department truly wants to learn about this disease and find ways to manage it, this cooperation is imperative. There's been a huge amount of data wasted due to lack of communication and transparency. I'd love to continue this conversation further with any and all of you, and I'm happy to discuss the testing we are currently doing along with some of our findings.
Thank you, Mr. Dart, very much. Charles Eckel.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Eckel with Lissy & Eckel. We are excited to be here, and we look forward to eagerly telling y'all about the progression that we find in the research of nutrition and CWD. In 2021, Lissy & Eckel started doing research with MinPro and Preogen to try and figure out how prions can be stabilized in the presence of copper and zinc. In 2023, MinPro took that research that we funded to Colorado and presented at the CWD Symposium for all the researchers to see. And what we learned is, quote, copper and zinc amino acid complexes exhibited inhibitory effects on CWD prion amyloid formation and RT-QuIC. That's huge. Quote, amino acid complexes were more effective than metal salts in inhibiting CWD amyloid formation. Amyloid formation is the measurement of how far that disease is going. The more plaque that is formed, the further along that we go. That impact is massive into the human side as well. There's one source of copper and zinc that matters in this conversation. You can be told that copper does not work. That comment is said often. There is one source, and that is an amino acid complex. That's the source that we utilize in this research. That is the only source that makes an impact. And they will be misleading you if they tell you something differently. Lissy & Eckel has sampled well over 4,000 samples from across the state. Literally every browse sample, every forage that we can come across, there is very little copper, but a lot of antagonists such as iron, sulfur, and molybdenum across the state, including with the research we did with Borderlands, the Waco tanks where CWD was first found. There is zero copper and zinc and high levels of iron and molybdenum to block whatever copper could be coming. The CWD in the Waco tanks were not surprising. Cut this short. Completed research tells us that if we want to stop the spread of CWD, it starts with finding what the nutritional deficiencies are and addressing those first, and the rest will come with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Monica Morrison.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Yaskowitz and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today on behalf of mandatory harvest reporting of mountain lions. I appreciate your recent past efforts in passing regulations on behalf of our cat. And I'm keeping this very short, just so you know. In expressing support for mandatory harvest reporting, I recall comments that two of my Texans for Mountain Lions colleagues made who spoke here at the May Commission meeting. Patricia Harvison, a carnivore ecologist, said mandatory harvest reporting would provide a more complete picture of mountain lion mortality. Mark Elbrock, who is Panthera's Puma Program Director, said mandatory harvest reporting is fundamental to ethical hunting culture. It is the cheapest and most efficient method to get regional mountain lion abundance. The benefits of mandatory harvest reporting of mountain lions and the consequences of implementing this reporting method are well known and documented. Mandatory harvest reporting is the linchpin of a good management program. I urge the agency to recommend that the Commission implement this crucial reporting method. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Donnie Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman Hildebrandt and the Commission. I'm a fishing guide from Rockport, Texas. Been a fishing guide for 22 years, and I just want to present y'all with a problem that I see that's going to start happening, and that is the number of guides on the Texas Gulf Coast. As y'all know, we should be the stewardships of the resource. I applaud y'all for all your conservative measures and restocking. Y'all have done a great job, but the demand on our resource is increasing every day. The guides, me included, we are the ones that detriment the resource on a daily basis. And so I think there needs to be something under guides that are running illegal. The fines aren't enough. There's lots of things, and I don't have the answers. It's just the beginning, but I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention to let you know there is a problem. I can see it in the 22 years I've been doing it, a dramatic decrease. I think we're going to have to come up with a solution. I don't know what that solution is. We have lots of great ideals. I've talked to Chuck Nizer. He's on board. I've talked to Jay Watkins. There's lots of people that feel we have a problem and there needs to be something addressed to it. And I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention.
Great. Yeah, and your point is there's lots of rogue guides out there that aren't adhering to regulation?
There are, yes, sir. And not only that, I mean, y'all have the numbers. You can look and see how much better we are at catching fish than the general public.
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking the resources.
It's what you get paid to do.
Exactly. You're right. But, and it's not illegal right now. I don't know if an aggregate bag limit, I don't have all the answers.
The fishing guides require a license. Is there a certification to be a fishing guide?
Yes, sir. So you have to have a Coast Guard license.
Okay.
You have to have a drug card. And then with those, you can get with the Coast Guard license, you can get your Texas State.
And is that not sufficient enough to?
Well, the first thing is the guide's license, $240. I'd like to see it $2,500, and lots of people would. And I'm not trying to get into all the details, but there are things you can do with it to.
Understood. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Appreciate it. Corey Russell. Last one.
Commissioner Hildebrand, Commissioners, Chairman. Thank you all very much for your time. My name is Corey Russell. I am the director over the Coastal Bend Guide Association. I'm here to represent them today. I'm also a full-time guide along with Mr. Cruz. Been doing this full-time now for 8 years, going on 9. We have all, as guides, come to realize that there is an issue. We have a very large influx of guides going up every day. The resource, I'm not sure the resource can handle it in the long run. We've seen a very huge decrease in our resource, the fishery, all up and down the Gulf Coast. We've talked to multiple other guides all up and down the coast. They've noticed it as well. And we know there needs to be some type of change to fix that. Again, we're not sure what the answer is to that. We have a few ideas, but on the guide licenses, maybe limited entry, cap it at 2,000 guides. We're sitting at approximately almost 1,800 guides currently for the Gulf Coast, Texas Gulf Coast. We're approximately, for statistics, and y'all have these numbers as well, we're 2 times better at catching our redfish than the general public, 3 times better at catching our trout, 5 times better at catching our drum. So we're much more efficient at it. Again, that's what we get paid for. But I'm not sure that the resource can handle it, especially since some of the recent catastrophes we've had, such as the freeze a few years ago. It really deprived us of that resource. The guide license fee, like you said, is roughly $200. I would like to see that go up to $2,500 and give that money back to the resource as far as our fishery growing more fish to release, maybe more money to Parks and Wildlife, to possibly have a governing or policing body, and maybe with that money at $2,500, that's $5 million at what we have at the if you capped it at 2,000, that's $5 million a year to put back to that resource. It's a lot better than the 400,000, give or take, we're getting now. So I would like to see that for our future generations, for our kids. I want to see my kids be able to enjoy that in the future. So thank you very much.
But what happened if we capped it and you were 2001?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. But our oyster fishery, we already have that with the oyster fishery. You know, and we have stricter regulations on that. After 3 convictions on citations, it's jail time. He was talking about a bunch of our guides running illegally and doing some things they shouldn't. The game wardens are very aware of all this, and they catch them when they can. But that being said, the fines are so minimal, there's no strict regulation on that.
No disincentive, right.
Correct.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much for your comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you
Appreciate it.
for your time.
Anyone else not spoken today that would like to speak? Any comments from the commissioners on what they've heard today? Nothing? I'll just say generally, thank you for the comments. I think they are very helpful to the commissioners to absorb what the general public is thinking and in terms of regulation. And while most of this was about CWD today, we did hear some other comments as well. So I know for me it helps just to frame the perspective on how the general public thinks about the agency and how we should react. So anyway, thank you very much. And with that, anything else? I believe this commission has completed its business, and I declare it adjourned at 3:45 p.m. Thank you very much.